All right. I think I actually timed that pretty well as the screen fades in. So, many of you are probably a little bit surprised that I'm playing something this well known, but I also have to note for everybody the simple fact that I have always said that this is one of the favorite games I ever played and finished. So obviously this was going to get covered at some point, much like I did Aria of Sorrow and all of the Game Boy Advance and DS Castlevanias alongside it. I cannot promise that I'll do all of the Metroids. I'd been assigned to watch over Biologics' research team, so I once again found myself on the surface of SR-388. Really don't see the need to approach it at all. You could have just fired from where you were. But, you know, this is what happens when you make decisions like that. It was there that I was attacked by a life form I had never encountered before. It was only later that I learned the identity of my attacker, the parasitic organism we now know as X. How he got out of the unaware of my condition, I was returning to the station when disaster struck. Shit got real wiggly and it was all kinds of weird. Once the X had infested my central nervous system, I had lost consciousness and my ship drifted into an asteroid belt. And there it goes. Boom. The ship's emergency systems automatically ejected the escape pod before impact. Biologics X vessel recovered it and transported me to the Galactic Federation HQ. However, during the journey, the X multiplied within me, corrupting large areas of my power suit. It then came to light that the organic components of my power suit had become so integrated with my system that it could not be removed while I was unconscious. Large portions of my suit had to be surgically removed, dramatically altering my physical appearance. However, the X in my central nervous system were too embedded to be removed safely. I was given a minimal chance of survival. Then, someone found a cure. You know, not gonna credit who found it or anything, nope, just someone. They proposed using a metroid cell to make an anti-X vaccine. It seems that the Federation had managed to preserve a cell culture from the last infant metroid from SR-388. The serum was prepared and injected without delay. The X parasites were immediately and completely destroyed. Ta-da! You're now blue. As for me, one life ended, yet I survived, reborn as something different. Pondering this fact, I realize I owe the Metroid hatchling my life twice over. We'll soon be arriving at the BSL research station. I must prepare for docking. The ship's computer has notified me of our approach to the Biologic Space Labs, or BSL research station. During my surgery, the research team sent the last batch of creatures we captured there, as well as the infected pieces of my power suit, which really just seems like a terrible idea. After regaining consciousness, I learned that an unexplained explosion rocked the station. For some reason, this awoke a nameless fear in my heart. And now I'm being sent there to investigate. You know, sending you alone. Actually, no, that last part's the smart idea, considering the nature of the X-parasites, but that's neither here nor there. It certainly has a name. You know what went wrong already. You just haven't processed it yet. My mission on the BSL station will be overseen by my new ship's computer. Following the commands of this blunt, computerized CEO is something I have to bear, as it was a condition of my taking the ship. For someone who dislikes taking orders, this is the second time I've found myself having to do so. Makes me recall my other CEO. I do like the new ship design that they used for this one, considering, you know, the hunter ship was destroyed, or at least heavily damaged. I never did realize that those were two more legs in the back there when I was younger. There's been an explosion in the quarantine bay. The bay currently stores capsules containing recent samples from SR-388, as well as parts of your suit infected by the X-parasites. The cause of the explosion is as yet unclear. Investigate. The quarantine bay is here. Move quickly and quietly. You are still unable to use most of your latent abilities. Don't forget that, Samus. Stop at the navigation room on the way. Uplink from there. Is your objective clear? Now go to the quarantine bay. Ta-da! We kind of turn a little bit more blue-green in the sprite compared to the cutscene art, but here we are. We can still jump just as well as we used to. We can still wall jump, and we still have our beam, but that's about all we got. We'll just have to make do with it as best we can. Now, as I noted on previous occasions, this was the first Metroid game I finished. It was not the first one I played. I did play a bit of Super Metroid when I was very, very young, but I never finished it. And to this day, I've only ever finished Super Metroid once, and that was a bare minimum finish. The quarantine bay is ahead. Bioscans are confirmed. Do be careful. Get used to those navigation rooms. We're gonna have to see a lot of those. That is the one downside of sorts to this game, is it does push you in the direction they want you to go. But that's not entirely a bad thing. Is given the nature of the way this game is laid out, you kind of need that guidance, otherwise you're going to run into a lot of brick walls and get annoyed. Which, some could say that the nature of a Metroid game, or a Metroidvania at all, is to come across dead ends and figure your own way past them. But a little guidance doesn't hurt. I would say that this game leans a little too far into that, but it is what it is. This is unfortunate news. The specimens brought back by the field team were infected by X-parasites. What a shock. It's almost like there being one there means most of them would have been compromised. Silly humans, thinking too little. The X can mimic its prey. Any specimen could have hosted it, or all of them. Before the explosion, a security sensor scanned one. The gelatinous X-parasites invade and rapidly reproduce, as you've already experienced, in your own body, killing the host creature, except for you. They can also absorb DNA and use it to mimic the host. You were almost killed by an X-infection. Only the Metroid vaccine saved your life. Too soon. You lived. It'll be fine. It seems Metroids were the main predators of the X. It's almost like wiping those out was a bad idea for the ecosystem. What a shame. That's why the vaccine worked so quickly and so well. But it also has changed your cellular makeup. You will never be infected by X again. In fact, you can now absorb any free-floating X-parasites without a host by merely touching them, as you have also already experienced. Why we are telling you all of this, I don't know. This will allow you to replenish health and restore weapons, which is very convenient, and I can only assume it's a matter of it's like replicating your body to heal you and replicating your ammunition, even though your ammunition's not organic, because X can mimic inorganic as well. You may also restore latent abilities this way, so pursue free-floating X parasites whenever you possibly can. Consume. Consume. This station is home to many species, some violent ones, mostly violent ones. We must keep the X out of the breeding environments at all costs. This is vital, Samus. I'm already detecting massive biosigns in the region. The X are gathering. This may be our chance to exterminate them, but you are only at 10% battle capacity. Your chance of survival is extremely low. You are science fair goldfish at this stage. The Federation needs you alive and on duty, Samus. Is your objective clear? Well, it sounds like my objective right now is don't die, which I can do that. Mostly. Now get going. I have released the lock on level 0 hatches. Look for the blinking hatches. Please don't be completely blind. I don't think there's anything up here for us yet, but I should look just in case. Yep, these are all green hatches, but that's marked on our map as green hatches now. For when I invariably forget. Now, it's worth noting that I did not quite 100% this game, but I have done the vast majority of it. So reminding me where things are is fair game. I will not be discussing plot before it comes up. I have received news from HQ. They can support you with downloadable weapons data. Once you have this data, you'll be able to use missiles. This will help against some enemies your beam can't hurt. Head to the data room for the download. The data room is here. It's marked with the D. D for dumb, because you can't read apparently, so we will have to tell you where things are. Is your objective clear? With missiles, your chance of survival climbs to 20%. Congratulations, it has already doubled, but you're still doomed. Good luck, meatbag. I am imparting a lot more sass to this computer, and honestly, I'm just doing that for fun. Can't do anything over here, right? Because this is where we come back. Yeah. Pretty sure this is where we come back to. Yeah. As the title says, it has been like 10 years since I played the game normally. I have played a chunk of it as a randomizer. I think it was in the first year of me streaming, so it'd be 2 years ago? That computer reminds me of a gruff Federation CO I served under, named Adam Malkovich. He called me lady on missions. From anyone else, it would have sounded sarcastic, but Adam made it sound dignified. Out of respect and with some irony, I named the computer after him. Which is why you'll see the computer referred to as Adam later. Now, I don't remember if there's actually that much referencing Adam Malkovich other than other M. Because I've not actually dug into the lore. As much as I enjoy the games, I never dug into the background behind any of this. So if there's things referring to all of that that I don't know about, that wouldn't be a shock. And even if I have seen information indicating any of that, it wouldn't be the first time I've forgotten something. We'll just go straight to the data room, because the navigation room would just tell us, hey, go to the data room, stupid. I will say, I don't like the item get jingle as much in this one. That's one of the downsides for this one, is that the item get jingle is not as good. But I blame the Game Boy Advance for that. Electrical interference has knocked out the elevators on the main deck. conveniently right after you used them. Did you overload the system, Samus? God damn it. This may be related to the X. I will work on it. As for you, try to find another way to the target. It is located here. I'm reading huge biosigns, so I hope your missiles work. To reload missiles, you can use a recharge room or absorb a special type of X parasite. You'll see them. Try it out. Is your objective clear? Missiles are your only hope. Don't hesitate to use them. Now, find a way to the target. You're actually gonna want to hesitate to use them a little bit because they're a finite resource, but he's a machine. He doesn't understand finite resources. There are obviously certain things like that that you have to use it on, which is why we didn't go into that other room you saw before. We'll wait for this X-zombie to show up. Whenever you see the X-parasites flashing like that, I cannot pick them up. That's usually for a spawn that's meant to be a guaranteed spawn to show up, so that you can't just grab it before it spawns in. There's our first missile tank. This game is very generous with pickups right out the gate because there's already another missile tank right there. I think they realized they didn't start you with enough missiles to do what you need to do, so they're like, hey, get more missiles. There's another save room conveniently right here. That pink room to our left is the other side of the broken room you saw me look at earlier, so we're not going to be going back in there. There's currently no point. It does tell you if there is something in the room you're in, for the most part, as long as it's not a hidden room connected to the room you're in. So I won't be just checking every wall forever all the time, because there's no point in doing that. I kind of hate the zombies a lot, because they're a constant nuisance in this room in particular, for example, because they'll keep respawning. Which they're a constant source of resources, but they're also just constantly in the way. There we go. And it's gonna be a little bit of me getting my buttons backwards a couple times, especially early on, since I'm not holding a Game Boy Advance in my hands, so the muscle memory isn't there. Energy tank acquired. Do let me know if the audio is okay, by the way, because it feels a little loud, but I think it's overall fine. His whole thing is he's gonna spin and dash back and forth and try to do things like that. There is a quicker way to kill him that I have seen, but I don't remember how to do it. And you're gonna see me short jump and get myself hurt a bunch. It's because if I double tap jump, Samus will actually drop out of the air. Which I'm sure for those that know how to use it, it's probably very helpful. And if you don't press back quick enough when you jump off of one of those side panels, you'll also just fall. But the fight's over. It's not a hard fight. You shouldn't ever have a problem with that. At one, unless you've never played something like this before. There we go. It also conveniently fully heals you when you get something like that. Now, we don't have bombs to go with that morph ball. We only have the ball. I am gonna go ahead and lower the audio slightly. If it ends up too low as a result, people can yell at me later. But especially tones that drag on like that were really dragging at my ears a bit. That does seem better. And you'll notice when you grab a ledge, you can also immediately morph ball without having to do an input for it, so that's convenient. now that we're back over here, now we can break into this room over here, which is another recharge. Right now, there's going to be recharge rooms and things like that dotted everywhere. Don't be surprised if that becomes infinitely less common as we go along. Let's see. Yeah, we don't currently have any other objective aside from getting back to a navigation room. I'm pretty sure there are other things I could go grab right now, but we're fine. Samus, it is as I feared. The breeding environments have been invaded by X-parasites. Sector 1 SRX shows several abnormalities on biosensors. Sector 1 is a simulation of the SR-388 ecosystem. To get there, take the main elevator to the access shaft and use elevator 1. Is your objective clear? Use the navigation room just inside for further briefing. I'm not sure, but I think that whoever allowed the X into the environment may also be linked to the earlier explosion. Now, who could possibly be behind an incident like this? The world may never know. Don't be surprised if I get distracted by, like, thumping and weird noises, because it's getting warm again, so all of the ice and snow on the roof is melting off and falling and making a lot of racket. We might be able to get in here. Yeah, because we can morph ball in here now. And get another missile expansion. I wasn't kidding when I said that they're very generous with those right out the gate. We can also go in here, but I think going in here is a bad idea. I think this is the one that's not a good thing. Yeah, this is the Sub-Zero containment. We don't want to be in there. Because, mild spoiler that gives us, we have inherited the Metroid's weakness to cold. That's why we take damage when we're in a cold environment. I say mild spoiler because anybody who understands anything about Metroid knows that Metroids are weak to cold. So it's not really a surprise that our entire cellular makeup becoming more Metroid-like is a problem. Remember that infested suit? Yeah, there it is. Meet the SAX. It knows everything we used to know. Except it's a lot rougher on those doors than we ever were. That's gonna be an issue. Hey Leo, how you doing? Down to Sector 1 we go. Nice. I'm sure what you're making will be great when you're done. So far, we only just started though. The main elevator leading to the access shaft has been severely damaged. It will be totally unusable for some time, unfortunately. Some unknown agent is at work. Something very powerful, certainly not human. It's almost like you would have seen it if there were cameras in this vessel anywhere, and you would already be able to tell me what it was. I'll report when I know more. Now listen closely. The X in Sector 1 have invaded the atmospheric stabilizers. They must want to alter the environment to their needs. They are already reproducing. Clear all 5 atmospheric stabilizers to stop them. Is your objective clear? Yeah, I was mostly listening. Now get moving. Because it was the most fitting model I had for this. I have a whole array of designs that I swap between depending on what fits what I'm doing at the time. which it's... I mean, they all are pixel art. They're just not as obviously pixel art because I didn't adhere to the limitations, so it doesn't stand out as much. You really don't want to let them join together and become the big one like that. Big one is upsetting. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I was originally working on a design based on this power suit, or I guess what's left of it. That was actually one of the first designs for my VTuber that I had made at all, but I never made one that I was quite happy with, so the design got scrapped for now. I was originally going to wait till I finished that design to play this, but I decided that I was going to take entirely too long to get to that, so we'll save that for the future. Snag us the energy tank that's just under here. I think you can just use the power beam to hit those if you wait and hit them in the center, but missiles get the job done quicker, and we have plenty to spare. There's also occasionally going to be an issue where as Samus is turning, she will not respond until like a jump command. It's a very, very tiny window, but it's an issue that can come up sometimes. I just need to readapt and it'll be fine. Nah, it's an animation priority issue. The single frame where she's turning, she doesn't respond to commands. So if I happen to put in an input on that exact frame, it doesn't happen. Which is why it's a minor issue, because it only happens on that single frame. %90 of the time, you're not going to notice it. But every now and then, yeah, you might get your head kicked in because of it. It might also be an emulation issue because I don't remember it being on the original Game Boy Advance, but I also haven't touched the original Game Boy Advance version in 10 plus years, so your mileage varies on that one. And kid me probably didn't even realize. It's like you'll notice that exact moment where you see Samus's sprite facing forward. Yeah. Like I said, I love this game, and there's nothing significantly wrong with it, but I'm going to point out things like that so people don't think, wow, he's just an idiot doing a bad job. It's like, no, there is actually an issue at play there that people may not realize because it's not visibly obvious. See, me jumping down in the middle of all of them, that was me being stupid. And I can't even say that they needed to polish this, because it's a matter of they're working within the limitations of the Game Boy Advance. This is definitely one of the best games on this platform. Like, and I can't even say that with any reservations. That is literally just the case. It is one of the least jank non-RPGs on the platform. And I say non-RPG because there is plenty of very good RPGs on the platform. But jank and movement and things like that is also going to be much less noticeable in a game like that. I predicted he was going to jump sooner than that, and I was wrong. God, this just shows you how long it's been since I've played this, that I'm struggling with the way Samus jumps. This used to be so natural to me, but it's been so long. I need to go that way. I do appreciate that they allow you to shoot diagonally when you're hanging. They easily could have said, nah, you don't get to do that. Yeah, I suppose that is a good answer. Or to a lot of things, actually. What do you know? It was a fake. Oh no. Oh right, this is the one that I have to wait for the opening. Right, but it's different. There we go. Easy. Charge beam, get. I had so much trouble with that when I was very young because I didn't process the fact that that was an opening to shoot a missile into, so I just fired away at it wildly trying to figure out how to hurt it. I don't think I ever died to it, but I did have a bit of a problem with it. Yeah. Now, I understood what you were getting at when you said that. So some of that could also be said that it comes from experience, especially with exactly what he was working with. There we go. One more left to go. Because you gotta think, how long was Iwata's run for this series? Pretty damn long. Oh, yeah. There we go. I was gonna say I can't do that without a different part of things. I'm not supposed to be up here yet, but I can grab this anyway. Yeah. I remember when he passed, I just couldn't remember... I wasn't gonna sit there and math out in my head exactly how many years it was that he worked on this. But the point being is he has had plenty of time to get very good at what he did. And given a similar amount of time, the replacement might become just as good. is I have noticed that whenever somebody takes over a series, people get very upset very quickly, either due to changes or to it just not being as good. It's like, yeah, they're learning what to do with the franchise. Just give them a bit of time, they'll get there. Or potentially. And I don't say that to mean that you're saying anything of the sort. That's just a general statement. Okay, we've cleaned all that out. We just need to go over there to the left to get that last stabilizer that's over there, and that'll all be sorted out. Right. I don't remember if I'm supposed to be crossing this. Yeah, because there's a missile expansion here. This is just me playing through it. There's nothing special to it. Because it's been 10 years plus since I played the game, so I'm not gonna do anything special with that much rust on it. It's certainly not a first-time playthrough, but it may as well be with how much I'm gonna have forgotten. Nah. Speedrunning never was my thing. I learned a few tricks once upon a time, because I love this game. But I never sat down and learned the entire speedrun. But even those tricks will have rusted off by now. Nice. I have to assume that took a lot of practice to get it down that hard. Hey, that's still the top 150. That's still saying a lot, all things considered. Did I forget a stabilizer somewhere? Oh no, I did get the last stabilizer. I miscounted. Yeah, you guys can go fly away, that's fine. There's like easy things like wall jumping and such that everybody figures out just playing the game normally. I'll obviously make use of where applicable. But any of the crazy skips or such, nah. I can't do that. I learned some of that playing with the randomizer. And that was about the extent of my time with that. I learned quickly that toying with that the wrong way can get you very soft locked. Yeah. Is the majority of it's all tied to more or less shine sparking, similar to a good chunk of tricks in Super. But many acts have already made it into other sectors, it seems. In particular, Sector 2, the tropical habitat, show abnormalities. I suspect the X entered this sector with the help of our unseen saboteur, which you totally could have seen if you were using any kind of cameras on this vessel. He or it may be in Tro now. Samus, get over there. We need to put an end to this. Is your objective clear, or are we ignoring me again? Start moving. I'll brief you at the Tro navigation room. Just correct me if I'm wrong, but this is one of the ones they changed bomb jumping in, if I remember. As I listened to the briefing, my thoughts turned to Adam. The real Adam understood me well. He would end orders by saying, "Any objections, lady?" He knew I wouldn't disagree. This was just his way of noting our trust. I wonder if I can trust this computer too. I mean, it's a computer. If you trust its programmer, then you probably can trust the computer. It's one of those things where it's like, I'm not completely ignorant of how the tricks are done or what tricks there are. I just have never practiced them, so I would not be intending to perform them on the fly. I have learned the identity of our mystery saboteur. It took me all of a few minutes, what do you know? Samus, it is an X mimicking you! I have named it the SA-X. Very creative name, do not steal. I believe the SA-X came from the capsule containing your infected suit parts. They just kind of filled in the blanks. It used a power bomb to escape the quarantine bay. That explosion breached the capsules containing all of the X that started this disaster. But the SA-X is definitely your biggest worry right now. This SA-X is mimicking you at full power. You can't face it. What's up, Sax? If you see the SA-X, just run. Don't think about fighting. You are still very vulnerable to cold, an unexpected side effect of the metroid vaccine. Yes, because no one could have seen the consequences of mixing metroid DNA with somebody at all. Like metroids, you can be frozen by an ice beam. Of course, the SA-X is armed with the ice beam. Stay away. If you see it, just run. HQ says they have bomb data ready in the data room. Bombs will help you find a way out if the SA-X traps you. Because it totally doesn't understand what bombs are because it doesn't have them. Oh, wait. The data room is here, but it's sealed with a level 1 hatch. Yeah. You'll have to find in the security room and release the level 1 locks. But per safety protocols, it's not marked on the map. You'll have to find it on your own somehow, Samus. So first, find the security room and unlock level 1 hatches, then go to the data room and get that bomb data. Is your objective clear? Keep an eye out for SA-X. Now, gee, I wonder, where would a security room be on this map?
I'm in danger!
Could it be that awkward place over there on the right? It's just because it's not labeled doesn't mean it's not a room that is on the map. I remember actually confusing myself with that long ago. Because you would think it'd be like a completely unmarked room. Actually, we don't want to be in here, because if that comes up, it'll be annoying, so we'll just leave. Because you can get through that room, but it's kind of a nuisance, so we'll deal with that later. We'll just go ahead and mark this all off. Yeah. We already know we can't get up there because the door will be locked. Give me that. Yeah, we need the bombs to get into that. Let's see. You'll notice I don't use the charge beam that much because unless it's something I specifically need the charge beam for, I can just mash through it usually well enough. what do you know? The room that was the hardest to get into on the map was where the security room was. Shocking. Future ones aren't going to be that obvious, but they're still not going to be that hard to figure out. It's also usually a matter of which way am I actually able to go? It's probably that way. So now we can go over to the data room and actually get the bombs. I always found it interesting that it actually splits into a regular projectile as well when you only hit them with half of the now widened shot we have. And I know I'm wandering on topics, but my brain is going to be all over the place today because that's just where my head's at today. So don't be surprised if I say 4 different things all in one sentence. Just remind me to explain if I say something that doesn't make sense. There we go. Data room. Now the question becomes... Oh yeah, there's the explosion. Can't imagine what that explosion was. I'm sure it's fine. Go ahead and snag even more missiles. Oh, well that door doesn't work anymore. That's not a good sign. They faked me out. So something I do want to say, based on what was mentioned earlier, with the first question being what kind of run is this? Let that be a case of just how prolific speedrunning becomes for certain games. That's the first thing people assume is happening when they see somebody playing it. Unless it's specifically like labeled first playthrough or something. People tend to assume that it's a speedrun. And there's no problem with that. That's just an interesting little bit of behavior to note in people. Because they come to expect what they've seen before. So their first port of call, logic-wise, is like, oh, it must just be another one of these. But, you know, some of that's just a matter of labeling, and some of that's just, this is a thing. There we go, now that they're out of the way. Not quite how I wanted that to go, because I think... Yeah, this is gonna drop me down there. Oh, no. Wait. Where's the actual exit point from this one? Must be up here. No? I thought you could actually exit from there, but apparently not. That's annoying. I think I can position this in a way that I can still bomb him. But I probably should just take the hit and call it a day. There we go. I don't need to preserve health that badly. The early parts of this aren't that hard. They can be if you've never played the game before, but I know at least most of what I'm doing. So I'm not in any major danger, as long as I don't play too much of like an idiot. Of course, now that I've said that, I've now set myself up for failure, but we all know that that's how that works on a regular basis. Another thing I was very bad about never using when I was younger is the diagonal fire at all. I would always try to either get underneath something or like, try to jump to line up with it. Because I just would never think of it. Of course, now it feels as natural as aiming to the sides, but that's because of exposure to actually using it. It is optional, yeah. But it makes things a lot easier in a lot of places if you actually remember to use it. Yeah, again, this was not a... This is a bad thing, just noting the difference in time. Because it's interesting to note how the way people handle things changes as their life goes on. Somewhere around here is the actual thing. Yeah, there it is. Dang it. I was trying to land far enough out, but I couldn't get momentum in there. It's saying that I was doing a bad job by not using it would be the same as saying I did a bad job by not using wall jumping at all when I played this originally, which I also didn't do. Because not only is wall jumping optional, but it's something that's not that heavily described to you either. It's something you've always been able to do, but I think it's mentioned in the manual somewhere? I haven't read the manual in an incredibly long time, so I don't know if it's actually listed in there anywhere. I want to say I first learned of it from somebody who played a lot of Super Metroid and just tried to wall jump and realized it worked. Yeah, I'm not meant to be in here yet. This is for later. Yeah. I knew the Super Metroid manual had it. I just couldn't remember if the Metroid Fusion one had it as well or not. Because doesn't the Super Metroid manual also tell you about shine sparking, or am I crazy on that one? Is that manual as well I have not looked at in forever. So I know there was something else kind of crazy in that manual. I just cannot remember which thing it was. But yeah, there are certain things that you can just expect players to figure out. Oh, I need to go the other way around, don't I? Up there somewhere. Or am I... Yeah, I think I come in there from somewhere higher, and I fall down into there. I'm remembering things. That's why this whole layout is the way that it is it's designed for you to come back out of, not go in. Yeah. They do show you how to do it. Which, that's always been a very good way of teaching people things, is show, don't tell. Is you'll see them do it, and it's like, well, can I do that? And then, ta-da, you, as it turns out, can do that. There we go, another energy tank. Like, all in all, I would rate this as a reasonably easy game up until the end. There's a couple bits here and there that are a little tricky. This game really isn't that hard for the most part. Need power bombs to get that high. Wait. Oh, yeah, I think I have to go the long way around. I'm getting ahead of myself. Or I might be getting ahead of myself, I'm not sure. No point going in there yet. Yeah, because I think we're meant to go through this part first. Or not. I might just have this all jacked up in my memory, apparently. Huh. Guess maybe I am supposed to be in that room. Oh, I didn't go in another locked room up there, which probably has something I should have grabbed in it. But we can pick that up on the way out, I think, and it'll be okay. There's one or two slightly unclear points like this one where you have a lot of option as to where in this place you're meant to be, because you can get to a lot of places, but a lot of them are dead ends that don't accomplish anything. Which is not a complaint, that's just an acknowledgement of this is why I'm gonna take a second to remember where I'm meant to be. Because we can't actually go up here because of the power bomb requirement there. Oh, and now chat has chosen to disconnect. Thanks, Twitch. Love that for me. It's back now, but it's just like, really? Why are you like this, Twitch? Why? I'm not even sure why I'm bothering to kill that thing, aside from it's there. What am I supposed to be doing with this phase? I can't actually get in there. Just verifying that. Yeah, no, there's nothing doing on that one. Or is this the one where I have to go back now? And then a certain thing happens. That might be exactly what I'm thinking of. Sometimes having experienced something before can actually be a detriment if you don't remember it entirely, because you get the sequence of events jumbled, like I am right now. Maybe I do go in the water room, but I don't really see a reason why I should be in there. It's the only other room left. And I'm not using a walkthrough or a map or anything. This is just all from memory and doing it as I go. I'm pretty sure there's no good reason for me to be in the water at all. Because that doesn't lead anywhere, and I can't single wall jump well enough to get over there. And I can't jump high enough to get there. So no, that, as I thought, that room is pointless. What am I forgetting? I'm definitely forgetting something. I don't think there's any reason for me to be down here again. While I try to process what I'm forgetting, let's go back and grab the thing from that other blue room. I mean, if you remember exactly where I'm meant to go to trigger what I need to do next, but by all means, since I have forgotten where I'm supposed to be. I'm pretty sure one of those rooms is right. I'm just forgetting where exactly the trigger is that I need to hit. Yeah, I did. Where in here didn't I shoot up? I thought you were supposed to trigger that sequence and then go in here, not just wait in here. Because there's a whole lot of nothing happening here. I missed a flag somewhere. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, is what step did I miss to trigger that. I've already gone up to every room as I can reach. That's why I'm confused. I feel like I screwed something up somewhere, but I don't know where. Wasn't I in here already? Yeah, this is the one I can't go anywhere in either, because this is all useless. This is all useless. I didn't check the floor in here, but that's all useless. Like, I did my due diligence checks everywhere, and the way you're supposed to get up here we can't do yet. I theoretically could cheat my way up there, but that's neither here nor there. Which leaves the room with the eyeball that I was trying to get into before, but I'm clearly doing something wrong in that room. And it may just be that I didn't check enough of that room. Like, maybe there's something in the floor in that room that I didn't check. But I'm gonna check the floor in this room too, just in case. Though this is already connected to another room, so there's no point to doing that. Is this just led to the other energy tank, so over here is useless to us. That's already been established. It's like, I know what I'm supposed to have happen here. I'm just missing a flag somewhere. Because that's the one thing with this one, is it's a little bit more dependent on certain flags being hit to cause certain things to happen. And if you miss one or don't cue it right, we were just there, Leo. We can't get to that room. Hang on, I'll show you what I mean. Because we need power bombs to get in there from this side. Because there's no other access points there. And if we go around to the big room, we can't get through that barrier that's there. I'm missing something. I'm just not sure what. Because you'll notice this entire wall here doesn't do anything. And if I drop a whole slew of bombs in here, nothing happens. The bombs. We only have charge beam, bombs, and missiles. That's all we've got. And I've used them in every room we have access to. That's why I'm 90% sure there's a flag I did not trigger. Oh, yeah, because I didn't touch the navigation room again. That's why this isn't working. I got ahead of myself. I need to go all the way back. Which I might actually be soft locked out of doing, unless I do something stupid. So did I, which is why this was a problem. Because this is the one spot I think you can't actually... There's no platform on this spot because you're not meant to be going back. Heck yet. So I might have actually swindled myself and I might have to reset right quick. Because this is one of those handful of times where you have to go right back to a navigation room without there being another one in the sensible direction. This is one of the slightly iffy parts about the design for this one, is because you can end up with situations like this. Is, to my knowledge, there's no other way back to that room up there. Oh, and we saved in here, actually. Huh. I'm not sure how to get out of this situation. Huh. Did I miss something anywhere in here? I mean, I guess I could try to bomb jump my way out of this situation, but I'm terrible bomb jumping. Like, I have never been good at the timing for this. And like I said, I think they did basically remove that in this one anyway. So we might actually be... Yeah, because they put too much momentum on you bouncing off of that. We're in trouble. Because I was impatient, I think we might have to start over again. We can't go anywhere in that room. Because we can't jump in water and we can't jump high enough to grab the ledge up there. That room's a dead end, basically. You see, I can't jump high enough to get to that, and as I demonstrated before, we can't do anything in here for basically the same reason we just had a problem with in the other room. So I think I've actually managed to soft lock myself. I don't think that's bombable, but you might be right. Yeah, see? The one spot that would have made sense to put a bomb, nothing happens. Ah, there it is. There. I could have swore I bombed that whole area last time I was here, but what do I know? That doesn't solve the problem, though, because this is still a dead-end room. I don't know why there isn't one of these in the other room either. That really was not a good thought on their part. And I can't actually do anything with this right now, I don't think, because I can't break that block. So it really doesn't matter. It's one of those, hooray, we're over here, and now I think I'm actually soft locked further now because of that suggestion. Is I can't get well, I might be able to force my way out of here. No. So yeah, I think we might be SOL. Like this, I can at least reset and be out of the room, but I don't think we can actually get back up top because I decided to run down here ahead of time. You keep yelling, put a bomb. But what you don't understand, Leo, is getting out of this spot isn't gonna get us out of where we're stuck, is my point. That doesn't get us back to the data room, the navigation room that we are having a problem with. I also don't know why they rely on those ledges in here to begin with. Really, is weird. The point is, I don't know how to get us back up top. And that's where 90% of my brain is locked right now, because we can't get there. It's irrelevant, yeah. That's why I didn't sit there and fiddle with it completely. Because this is the problem. Is if I'm just gonna end up having to reset, there's no point in grabbing it. But I don't think there's anything else. In which wall up where, Leo? You're gonna have to be a little more specific than that. There's a lot of walls and a lot of rooms. If you mean the missile room, maybe. If you mean over here, also maybe. I think that's after what we were trying to trigger. Yeah, because none of this lets me go to the left, if that's what you're thinking. It might be down here next to this guy, but that would just lead into the room in a way that wouldn't help. Like, I don't think there's anything on this wall either. Nope. And bombing it would have revealed that at the very least it needed something else. So unless there's yet another weird thing in that water room, which I don't think there is, we're kind of hooped. And I'm not even sure I can actually ask this question in a way that doesn't just lead to people saying, oh yeah, you just go the path you're supposed to go. Because I know how to get to the navigation room from the bomb. The problem is I'm pretty sure I took too far a side path down here before I was supposed to. I'm just gonna double check in here to make sure there isn't just like a pixel I didn't manage to bomb where there would actually be a ledge up. Because this seems like an insane oversight for there not to be a way back from this position without high jump. So I'm just gonna say this at this point. You're supposed to get high jump down here. Which is why this is a problem. But the problem is, since we didn't go back to the navigation room and I didn't trigger the sequence that's supposed to happen down here because of that, we might be in trouble. And I don't think I can get enough height over here, no. Because if I could have gotten enough height, I could have bounced off there and potentially done something. But I think I've shot myself in the foot here. Because all of the intended sequences aren't happening. The good news is getting back here won't take long, even if I have to do a full reset. Because half of the time it took us to get to this point was just the cutscenes, and I can skip through that. Okay, hang on. I might have something here. There is actually still a path forward, even without having gotten to the navigation room. I knew I was forgetting something. Because remember how right at the beginning of this I said I'm pretty sure I need to drop into this room from above? I misjudged where this room was. That's where this entire confusion came from. We might still have a problem because I didn't trigger the navigation room properly. But we'll work around it as best we can. Because I can still at least do the fight and get the high jump and then all of that. Sorry for me being stupid. We figured it out. God damn it, I stayed in here too long. This one's kind of a pain. Because unless you time it well, you're going to take a bunch of free hits from it. And as those who have been here for a bit know, I'm not gifted for my patience. So... no, that was an embarrassing bit of stupidity on my part, so I do apologize for that. If I remember right, you can also hit it with the charge beam. Yep. Because I remember running out of missiles fighting this because I was very bad at aiming once upon a time. Welcome back, Leo. As you can see, I've unstuck us because I just forgot the one spot I needed to bomb over on the right to get down into this room. We didn't need to go back at all. Because as usual, it's the one room you don't think can do anything. Because I misread the map as to where it was. But we're on track now. And there we go. This solves all of our problems. We now have high jump and jump ball. I knew it was something stupid that I was missing, because it's always something small and stupid that you don't spot, or you don't think of, that gets you in trouble in games like this. Yeah, we can't get up there conventionally right now. But now all of our problems are solved. The thing is, usually I'm pretty good about figuring these things out, but every now and then, especially because, like I said, my memory kicks in the worst way, is my brain went off on the tangent of doing the sequence that's going to be coming up here soon. So I assumed we were stuck because I could not trigger that sequence to happen. Because now you'll notice that all the bugs are dead. So the sequence is still playing even though we didn't actually trigger the navigation room properly. Okay, that's that door's bupkis, but we can go this way now. This is the other thing that was messing with both of us, I think, is the fact that this place changes so radically after you beat that fight. Is there's the suit walking through. This is what, for those that don't know, this is what Leo and I were talking about before, that we were thinking we needed to stay in here for a bit. Because you need to wait for that to get out of the way, otherwise you're gonna get killed. Yeah, now that we can jump higher, we can go up to that other room, but let's hit this save point now that the SAX sequence is dealt with. Or at least that part of it. Not wanting to say that that's what was going to show up is why I was being as cagey as I was about that as well, because I know, but I don't know if anybody here that's watching hasn't seen or played this game. So I try to let things like that be a surprise. But now that these guys have kind of gone into their mid-stage, that's how we're supposed to be able to get up here. But you now can't get past him because he's stuck there. But you're meant to come up here. And since we have jump ball, we can jump up and bomb our way through here. See, that's also why I didn't even think about those platforms and where that missile room is, because I usually go get that after I can jump higher. Which is the other part of the confusion, because I don't think I ever use those platforms. Aside from on the way in. Actually, let's grab the room that's over here first before we go to the left. Before I forget about it again. Or is this just a fake out room? Nope, there it is. This is what I was talking about before, where some rooms will seem like there's nothing, but it's because there's a room behind them. I've really gotten out of tune with this game, but that's not surprising in 10 years. We can get back out of this room to the left without it being too big an ordeal now as well, so let's quickly poke our head in there and grab that too. So I think there is an item in there. God Damn you. Of course, now you're gonna hang out way away from me. Die. When I played this once upon a time, I waited till I had a much later upgrade to do this part, because there's still that thing behind there. But you can at least grab those missiles without it, as long as you have high jump. That's also why I was being so careful in that room, is because if you trap yourself on the wrong side of that, you have a whole headache to deal with getting out of there without high jump. Now, I'm curious to see if the game's gonna get confused if I touch this navigation room. Because I skipped a step. Samus, we've got trouble. Releasing the security lock may have been a bad idea. Gee, I wonder how that could have been a bad idea, giving access to our enemies more. The SAX has invaded the water environment in Sector 4, Aqua, with several thousand X. With the blue hatches active, the SAX slipped in easily. The creatures and systems in Sector 4 are already showing multiple irregularities. I'm currently investigating. I'll brief you in the navigation room when you arrive. Is your objective clear? Now head to Sector 4. Okay, no, it just goes straight on to the next segment of this then. Because we're already more or less done here. Let me go grab the missiles that we looked at before I forget about them. Because you're probably correct that they need to be missiled. Though I don't remember that many blocks needing to be hit with missiles. I thought they were mostly bomb blocks. But again, 10-year memory could easily be lying to me. And I don't, like I said, I don't think I ever 100%'ed this. I think I only got, like, the vast majority of things. Yeah, I just don't want to backtrack any more than I have to, but it's also a Metroid game, which is designed around backtracking, so... me. I just always get that weird feel where if I go back to a place for no reason... hold that thought. Let me get this thing before I forget about it, then we can worry about what you're talking about. Because otherwise, brain's gonna wander off, and that's not gonna happen. So let me get this first, then we can worry about that. Yeah, because there's the missiles right there, and then there's the missiles on the other side of this. So that block breaks with missiles, huh? Well... it might actually be a bomb spot, because with jump all I can get to it. Yeah, it's gonna just take a little bit of doing, because it's an awkward jump. Yep, that's what I figured it was. That's why I stopped when I was trying it originally, is because I couldn't bomb jump to it. I needed jump ball. And that's also why I was confused when you said missiles, because, like, I'm pretty sure there aren't any blocks like that that need missiles. But we figured it out. We got there. Now to grab this one. Because this is the one I knew for sure was an easy grab, but I needed the ability to jump that high to get it. I'm nagging me as much as I'm nagging you, to be fair. You're fine. I'm just glad you're choosing to be here, you're right. And yeah, I loved this game, but I also acknowledge that there are some foibles with it. And yeah, I don't know if we can actually get the thing that's in the left wall in this room. I think we need to be in the higher room to get to that part. Because we've already established that there isn't a ledge to bomb out in here or anything. Yeah, that's about what I was figuring. Because it was either that or you break in from the area above it, which didn't seem right. And we can't get to that door that's over there, so we need to just leave now. So, you don't need to tell me when it's something that we don't have there, Leo. I appreciate it, but just take it a little easy. I know I can make that jump, but there we go. That's the thing I knew I could do, and there's also in here that we can go quickly grab. Well, yeah, if you're going directly through, you're gonna miss a lot of items, and there's nothing wrong with that. That just gets you through the game, and that's that. I remember going back to grab a bunch of pickups because I was having trouble getting through. There were parts that were getting a lot harder because I didn't have things. Okay, so you were looking around, but you didn't, like, dig into every extra area, basically, then. Okay. I had assumed with, like, 50%, that was just running straight from point to point. Yeah. This is probably the most linear Metroid game. If you want 100%, it is a lot less straightforward, but the actual plot points of everything are very linear. Complete with them telling you, go that way. Yeah, I've been there with some of these games. The SAX, an enemy with my strongest abilities, but does it have reason? Probably not, it's just a killing machine. In my current state, I can't face it head on. The SAX is me, only heartless. I must stop it before it learns its potential and threatens the universe. I would say it would be a lot less dangerous than universe threatening, but it might be able to just build a ship out of X parasites and then it doesn't need to know how to fly. So that would be a problem. We also don't know if they need to breathe. Huh. This sector has taken more damage than expected. I knew the X were powerful and destructive, but still, this seems to be purposeful. We certainly can't rule out the possibility that the SAX has a high degree of intelligence. I find the X fascinating, especially this SAX. But I digress. This sector is home to a very large creature the researchers call Ceres. Metroid can, yes, but I don't know about the X-parasites. Considering they were trying to adapt the area for breeding purposes, it's possible they do have certain needs. It is capable of moving and attacking at ultra-high speed. The more senseless and widespread destruction here may be attributed to Ceres. No doubt the SAX released it, but I can't be sure why yet. Ceres has returned often to the breeding tank here. Its natural behavior must be to go back to it periodically. It's a valuable specimen, but you have been authorized to terminate it. If you don't, it may invade other sectors. While you're moving, be careful. Some broken power nodes have electrified the water, but we can't cut the power. Doing so would affect the whole station adversely. If you touch the water, you'll be electrocuted. Conserve energy as you go. Well, that's the thing, is if it knows everything Samus knows, then it knows how to pilot a ship. If it just has the abilities, then it would either need to figure out how to pilot a ship, or there would have to be a way for the X-parasites to consume a vessel and gain the ability to fly. Like, there's a lot of two ways to a lot of that. Is we know that it knows how to use the abilities of the power suit, but we don't know if it knows anything beyond that. What's up, Pazzy? Well, that's the thing, is we don't know that for sure, because that's not something that really gets that explored that I know of, outside of possible documentation that may have occurred outside the game. Sounds good. Hopefully work is going reasonably smoothly. I think we actually want to go up here, but now let's just go ahead and go this way. We can come back after we deal with things. Well, that's the thing, is it actually explicitly stated that it retains memories? 'Cause I genuinely don't remember it saying that specifically. It just mimics based on what we've been told so far in universe. Yeah. It's like, obviously, if it has all of these things at its disposal, it'll figure out how to use them because they're just part of the natural function of what it copied. But I don't know if... See, that answers what I was asking, is whether that does get covered. So that is actually addressed, and I just don't remember. That's fine. Is it, as the title says, it's been 10 years since I've touched this in a deep capacity, so... I easily could be forgetting things, or this could be things that were established in other documentation. Yeah, this is one of the handful of times where you need missiles for a block. And yeah, it could easily become part of everything if it was left unchecked. Which is exactly what they fear to begin with. I think I fucked up. I think I am able to get this missile. But I might need to do it, like, from up here? No? Maybe it's the other side. Oh, that's not the missile I was going for, but I'll take it. That explains the item that was here. So, fun fact, I'm 90% sure we have way more missiles and things than I had when I was playing this as a kid. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I went very as the crow flies through this game back then until I had to go back and get things because I was running out of stuff constantly. There it is. When in doubt, just do a complete circle around the thing you're trying to get to. You'll get to it eventually. We do need to go the rest of the way up, I think. What was it that I needed to... Oh wait, no, that's a one-way path that comes back down, though. No, I can't actually go that way. This might be... Yeah, the actual pathing takes you all the way around this whole place, and then you go up there. So I think I can't do that last part yet. But we have more missiles now. I think we can access something in here right now. And if you let the parasites build up, they will become a big fish in here. That unfortunately checks out, but hopefully it smooths out. Actually, yeah, we might be able to just... Pretty sure there's a problem with just going there this way. It's certainly not my favorite, but welcome in, Swarm. How you doing? I don't think there's anything in this room, but I'll check just for safety's sake. Nope. Ooh. And I assume you don't have anything to seal that with temporarily to make it easier or anything. Ugh. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Swarm. And yeah, I understand the pain about having to wait till an order changes to get anything done. But at least it gives you some peace that I presume you're getting paid for, so works out. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Swarm. God damn it. I appreciate that. Just about all going to good people, too. Fantastic. I don't have anything special I do for those, but they are always appreciated. I can see why you see that. I can see that. This isn't a room you break out of, right? This is a dead end, like I'm remembering. The Warm Lord would be very powerful right now, considering it's so cold. Let's see. So yeah, there's nothing doing over there. This is why I remember having to go the long way around, just because the short way's blocked. These crabs. No, nope. Heck with you. Ain't falling for that again. I mean, that is a massive improvement, yeah. I would take that over the teens it's been most of this month. Which doesn't bother me, but it's a damned inconvenience for getting anything done, really. Let's see, do I actually... Yeah, because I continue this way and I go up and around, I think. We can go back for the rest of this area in a moment. Because I remember going through this area the dumbest way possible, and that's what made this area so upsetting for me back then. Oh, I can imagine. Because if you only had, like, the O capitalized, they would try to make all of that into one word, and that just would be a nightmare. People would engage full Murloc before they get through that. Come on, up you go. There you go. See, I don't mind the fact that it's a slower area. I just find the electric water very frustrating. Yeah. Good luck with that, Leo. It's like, people can mess up even simple names. Oh, what do you know? It's not alive. Dun dun dun. It's like, if you path through this area the wrong way, this area is super frustrating. If you go the right way, this area is not that bad. But the fact that it's that 50-50 pretty much, and more often than not, people are gonna path the wrong way through this place the first time they're here because the map reads like it goes one way, but it's not actually that way at all. Yeah, exactly. Because if you look at the map, you would figure that they intend you to go down under where all these rooms are and go all this way around through all of this before fighting in the fight up here. But I'm pretty sure the intended routing is to do what I did here, which is rush straight to this and gain the abilities we gain from this fight. This fight is kind of rough, though. I remember having a decent bit of trouble with this because I could never predict where Ceres was gonna go. Yeah. But you can easily burn a lot of health and a lot of time trying to go other directions, is what makes it problematic. Because I remember beating my head against a lot of random walls, accomplishing nothing, trying to like get to the data room. Oh yeah, the music in this is honestly, especially for it being a Game Boy Advance game, is incredible, considering the limitations they had with how the Game Boy Advance works. Which, from what I recall, the Game Boy Advance doesn't actually have a dedicated sound chip. It actually steals CPU cycles from the system in order to make the music function. Which was a whole wild thing I ended up hearing. Okay, now I just need to get up there and get that. I am so happy with myself for having done this fight first try this time. This took me, I want to say, double-digit attempts when I was a kid. And now we have one of the most beneficial powers, the speed booster. Yeah. I did not particularly enjoy fighting Nightmare, but Nightmare is a very good design. And I'm gonna let that pass as far as spoilers go, because of the fact that just the name alone has no context for anybody, so nobody really will understand anything of what's being discussed on that one. And there we go. This is why I said I needed to come back in from the top on that room, because I remembered that I had to go through the boss room to get there. But at first I was remembering it as I get to the boss room from there, because of how close the actual boss room was to that room. Another prime example of how my memory can jumble about things. Yeah, exactly. Okay, now I just need to remember how to get to the room that it turns off the electricity problem. which I think is the blue door that's over this way. Is now is where this area turns back into being a bit of a pain. Is figuring out exactly what you need to do at this point. Because I think you're meant to go back to the navigation room and be told. Yeah, let's actually just be told where we're supposed to go so I don't wander around like a fool. Oh, yeah. Like, again, for a Game Boy Advance game, this looks very good. It ends up having great music. Alright, Swarm, good luck with work, and thank you again for the gifted subs. Much appreciated. Hopefully your work goes smoothly. Let's see. Yeah, because below me is electrified water at the moment, so I don't want to go that way. Yeah, in order to go back that way, I have to do that. Oh, yeah, actually, I can't get back to the navigation room right now. Well, technically I can. Because I think I can get enough height off of a wall jump, but you're not really supposed to go back that way. And the electric water is blocking us from getting enough room to speed boost into that, I think. Yeah, there's not enough room. So I do actually have to go over to where I was already going. Curse my brain second-guessing itself. That's what I need to do with this, by the by, is just do what I think first. Because latent memory will tell me the correct answer, and then my mind will tell me the incorrect answer. That's the problem. It's the same thing as if you find yourself fighting muscle memory. Because that can happen too. If you're thinking about something too much, you will fight your own body about the muscle memory of how to do it. Yeah, because the pump control is literally just right here. You bust through that wall, and then... Water, go away. Come again no other day. Exactly. But we all know how overthinking feels, because we've all done it. We all do it constantly. Maybe not constantly for everybody, but it happens a lot. But now that all of those power lines are not in the water anymore, things are a lot less dangerous. Which means we can safely go down here. I find it very funny that in less than 2 hours, even with getting stuck because I misunderstood what's part of a segment I was at in Trop, we have gone in 2 hours farther than I think I went playing this for like 6+ hours as a kid. But that just goes to show the difference in how well you can play a game when you understand how to play a game of this type versus when you are a kid and don't know any better. Experience is a very big change. Is like, I was struggle busing through all of these segments when I was a young lad playing this. Oh yeah. That's the thing, is as you get older, your experience will change, but your patience will also change. It's a balancing thing. You have less patience for games bullshit, but you also are more capable of dealing with it. Yeah. I was a bit different as far as that goes, because I was not quite as impatient with game design as I am now then, but I definitely had some games where I just went no. Way sooner actually than I did now. Because I think it's a matter of your tolerances are just straight up different as the years go by. I never had that problem. Legit, I don't think I ever had a Game Boy run out of battery on me. But I was always very rabid about paying attention to that, so that's probably why. Because I never wanted to lose progress because of the battery dying on me. But if you get absorbed into this far enough, I could absolutely see it happening. And yeah, you usually have to be told you should do X or do Y as a kid rather than getting there on your own. So, Sarah's had been infected by the X2. Well, as a result, you have recovered another ability. At this rate, you may be able to face the SAX yet. Ah yes, let's just run into it at Mach 8. That's totally gonna work out well. Yeah, exactly. You have to go do a bunch of things. But that is still a ways off. HQ has more support data. This time it's missile upgrade data. You desperately need this, but the data room here is sealed with a level 4 lock. The highest security level. Let's avoid opening sensitive areas unless it's necessary. Also, the route to the data room in Sector 2 is blocked by still more SAX activity. I note a deliberate activity pattern, as if it is blocking your recovery intentionally. Samus, it looks like your best option for this download is Sector 3, Pyre. You will find the Pyre data room on your map after using a navigation room there. Now head to Sector 3. Now this might actually be one of my least favorite areas over here. And as they said, it's sealed with level 4 or lock, so we can't really go much of anywhere else in here too much. I think we can get in the room underneath here, and that's about it. But in case there's items there, let's quickly go there before we run off to Pyre. Yeah, you know, fire, my one favorite and least favorite thing simultaneously. I love to have fire. I very much do not love when fire is used on me. Crazy concept, I know. Well, it makes sense, but I also understand why it'd be problematic from a number standpoint. We're not supposed to be down in here right now, but I'm gonna poke my nose around a little bit anyway. Honestly, I didn't even look at the visual for it. I never even really acknowledged it. Interesting. I remember feeling very nervous, like in Trop, but that was because I knew for a fact I had a threat there. A lot of the time I was so lost in figuring out the pathing and dealing with what was directly in front of me that the fear of the game never really sank in for me. But at the same time, I understand how it gets to people. Because it's a very isolated and very vulnerable game because you have very little against a foe that could destroy you in an instant. That makes sense. ironically enough, I think the one after that is the one that bothered me the most in terms of feeling uncomfortable. If the one after Nocturnal is the one I think it is, but we won't get into that right now. Yeah. Even when I was younger, games didn't scare me. I had enough things in my life that scared the shit out of me that I kind of wasn't bothered by things that weren't real. But it also is a matter of how absorbed into the game you are. See, that also works out, because if you're afraid of everything, then nothing really scares you more? It's... I don't know how to explain the thought, but I understand. Thankfully, the X have not invaded this area yet, that we know of. The data room here is sealed by another security hatch. In order to download, you must find the security room here and activate level 2 hatches, because this isn't going to let them into other worse areas at all. I played a little bit of it. This may allow the SAX and X parasites into the area, but we are left with no choice. Your recovery is our main goal. The data room is here. As I explained, security rooms can't be shown on the map. Be careful, Samus. You will see very violent organisms here. And avoid the ultra-heated areas. Your suit can't take such high temperatures yet, but we're working on it. Level 2 hatches are green. Release the lock and proceed to the data room for download. Yeah, if you have a problem with spiders, the spiders in that would definitely be an issue. Especially growing up. You know, especially as you're progressing through the times, and that seems like great graphics at the time, they'll especially hit harder. Super missile data is ready. Your firepower will triple. First, activate the green hatches, then go to the data room. There are no ultra-heated areas on this route, so turn back if you enter one. Okay. Yeah, I try to ignore that because you're right, it doesn't make sense. It goes 1 and 2 to the left, then 3 is to the right, and then 4 is to the left, then 5... I can't even say that that's the order you go to them in, either. Because it isn't. I have no answers for why that's laid out the way it is. And yeah, there's a reason why they're called retro, yes. I wonder... I almost want to blame localization, but it also wouldn't make any sense because numbers are numbers. I can't even say that saying each area is themed around something is spoilers, because if you didn't figure that out yet, you'd have to be staring into a bucket the whole time. I don't know what you would be thinking if you didn't realize every area has a theme. Okay, I need to speed boost into this room. Right, this is one of those. Okay. Because you gotta break all these, and then just mash fire and hope for the best as you run this way. And then you're in here. Yeah. Because you had a jungle area, an area based on the original planet, a fire area now. Like, subtlety really wasn't the point here. That and most games of this type all have themed areas. That's always been the case. Uh-huh. They want every area to feel different, so theming it makes it easy for them to decide how to lay out each area without making them the same. It also helps the player understand what to expect with where they're going. And yeah, I can't say I have any issues with any of the stage design in this game. I dislike the water area, but I found very few water areas in any game that I like. So I think that's just a bygone conclusion that if water area, instant dislike button. Because it's very hard to make a good water area, I guess. I didn't have a problem with the water controls, just I have yet to have a water area that felt good. It's not even a matter of the controls or anything like that, it's just they very rarely are fun areas. Like, there were enjoyable bits to the water sections in Spyro, I will definitely say that. But those areas as a whole were not a shining example of the game. And that's more what I'm getting at, is compared to the rest of a game, the water areas are usually the low point. Like, I'm pretty sure everybody's famous example for that would be something like the Ocarina of Time water temple. Yeah. This is exactly what I mean, is everyone recognizes this and understands, oh yeah, this is exactly the thing he means. Oh no. Without that, I can only imagine that was even worse. I think I'm going the wrong way. I think I'm actually supposed to go into that upper left part there. Oof. I can only imagine. Oh wait, no, this was the hot room, wasn't it? Yep, sure was. I could get through it. I have enough energy I could get through that room, but there's no point to it. Trying to remember how to get to this security room, because this one's actually a little funky, I think. I think I was on the right track before. I'll be honest, I didn't get that far into Twilight Princess to do that dungeon, so I have no comment on that one. I never really spent that much time in most of the 3D Zeldas because I didn't care for Ocarina of Time that much. So I ended up not really focusing on playing any of the other ones afterwards. Like, I tried Wind Waker and I didn't especially care for that one either, though it was a bit more enjoyable. Yeah, I did play the early parts of Twilight Princess. I just never ended up sitting down and actively playing it. See, the thing that killed Wind Waker for me is I really did not like any of the boat mechanics at all. So since I didn't like that, of course, it kind of is hard to enjoy the rest of the game. I forget where I'm going in here. It's like, more power to anybody that enjoys that game, and everything on land with that is fine. Just the boat didn't do anything for me. And some of the other mechanics I wasn't that big a fan of either. No, you're absolutely right about that. I remember learning more about Skyward Sword long after everybody got tired of saying they hate it. And I learned the same thing you're saying there, that it's not bad. It's different, and I think that might be part of where the hate comes from for it, because, oh no, change, ah. See, and that's the important thing. If you have fun with a game, then that's great. You managed to have fun. See, I've heard that a decent bit. I've heard quite a few people say the same thing on that one. And it being over-intrusive makes perfect sense for why people wouldn't like it. I'm forgetting something, and I don't remember where. It must be the room, the big room there where I'm supposed to drop down. Is there anything else in this room before I go all the way back up there? Yeah, this was the room I saw the power bomb spot in. That one's useless to me then. I don't know if the stamina system per se was a problem, but I definitely could see it being something that would turn people away from it just because the Zelda games before that didn't have a stamina system. See, I don't have enough experience with it to say it on that. I'm just speaking from logic. Like, this is probably why people didn't care for it, because it was new and it wasn't figured out fully yet. Because, like, obviously, the first go-around of a new system, it's not gonna work well. It very rarely is a one and done, and it works. I didn't mean to cut my speed off there. Wait. No, I think I am remembering right somewhat here. So I think I do need to do something in this room. Because I'm pretty... If I'm remembering right, the security room is the one next to this room. Yeah, there we go. That gets me an item, but that's not what I was looking for per se. I won't say no to more items, but I think I am on the right track here. So where the item is a whole other question. There it is. Now, does this room connect to the room under it? Doesn't seem like it does. Okay. So I was right to remember that there was something else in here, but I was wrong to remember that that was the key to it. Which also means I might be remembering wrong that this is the security room over here. So it would make perfect sense for it to be that room. The only other two likely candidates for the security room is that room in the L shape down there, Wasn't one of the security rooms also a big room? And I think it might actually be that one. I'm not quite there yet because I haven't run out of paths to take. I'm trying to get my memory to play ball with me right now, and that's the problem I'm having, is it's giving me conflicting information. So I'll say this, am I on the right track right now with thinking that I need to get down into this section underneath me? Because that'll answer the only question I really need answered here. So down is the wrong way. Okay. I don't mean specifically getting into it from the room I'm in, just the security room is down there in this subsection down here, or am I wrong about that? Because if it's not down in there, it's either in a hidden room, or they said I don't have to go through the heated rooms to get to it, so it shouldn't be in that room to my left. So either I have to break through somewhere above there to get to a room near the data room, which there was at least one security door or a switch that was near a data room from what I remember. But I don't think there's any paths up there other than what you need the switch to get to. Because this is the way back out, not the way in. And I'm pretty sure there's nothing breakable up here. Oh. Hold on. Right, this is the room where everything in here is speed dash breakable. Right. Except it's only on the lower part, not the higher part. Okay. Let's see where this leads. I only need to go this far. I don't need to go all the way. There we go. Except that just leads me back to there. That's not actually helpful. I think I'm on the right thought there for a moment, but I fell. But now this is broken open. Is that even the remotely helpful track of thought is the thing? I think there's something hidden because of a path like that, but that's not what I need right now. This is why it would be much more helpful if I had a full mental capacity here with me when I do something like this. It's like I can tell that I'm just like right on the edge of the right idea, but I'm not getting it. And it is bothering the hell out of me. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Pazzy, give me a single direction from this room heading in the right direction. Okay. Okay, so I was on the right track before then. One of the right tracks. That leaves either this room or the room above it, and they said I didn't have to go through fire to get to it. So there has to be something... Wait... Yep. Yep, I figured it out. Yep. Remember how I said it keeps being stupid little things that I'm not realizing? Yep. Yep. No, I'm backing up to do it this way. Just bear with me. I didn't get enough room. I know exactly what I need to be doing there. I just did not process it till too late. Why is that not enough room? It's because of the door, isn't it, that's not counted as being enough room. Oh, I need to build up the speed in this room anyway. God damn it. I wanted to get a nice long run going. But that's what I needed to do the entire time. And I knew it was a speed boost section somewhere. Just for some reason, I didn't think it was here. But there we go. I had the right room the entire time, just the wrong way about getting to it. Like I said, I knew the answer because I used it to go to the right. But the brain just did not fire on that specific piece. Because obviously, it should have tickled my brain completely that there was the piece jutting out up here. Because it was jutting out for a reason. That's been happening to me all day. And usually I'm pretty good about catching that, but today is just not one of those days. And what do you know? Here we are with the consequences of my actions again. Honestly, I dislike those wall worms more than the birds. The birds don't bother me. Oh yeah, we need super missiles to defeat that, but we can go around him. Is it here or is it over here? Or is this the way back? Maybe I just missed a spot. Because usually they don't put them up here on these ledges, as they would interfere with doors. Was taking a look at what the enemies were in here for a second, see if that gave me any clue. Because sometimes the enemies will be the clue themselves. So the only other play would be to go around. But we don't really have a good path for going around. And I know it's not just shoot missiles at the floor, because that doesn't make any sense. We can access the doors down here, so I think this might be a case of I might have to do something else first. Sounds good. Welcome back. There's not actually any reason for me to be coming back up this way, though. I need to be going down. Good luck with work, Vexing Cat. Thank you for dropping in. There's the missiles. I couldn't remember if this one was a missile or an energy tank. This is another hot room, so no, this isn't the right way either. So I must have just missed something up in that room again.
Kill them all.
That's the idea. Ideally before they kill me first. Not enough shots. There we go. Give me those. Like, my brain is fully into the... There must be a convoluted solution to everything. And it's not wrong, but the simple things are eluding me today. Hop in here to get away from him. Huh, there it goes.
No, I don't see so good, so I missed.
I got real suspicious for a second there, but it's like, why am I not hearing it? It should be working. That one had hella delay for some reason. So let's quickly go back up. I say go back up and then I go that way, but it gets me there either way. One existential crisis later, like, did this... Am I not real? Is nothing real? Like, I'm like 90% sure it's something about going under this. I'm just being stupid about how to get under it, apparently. Yeah, because it's not anywhere along... It's like, you can see where the access point on the other side is, because that obvious vertical section there to the right is how you get into it from that end. Dun dun dun. That explains where the money's coming from. The corporation that made the rogue AI. Ah! Panic! The fact that you can spin in place like this is honestly ridiculous. Well, one way or the other, I'm gonna go back to the recharge room before I die like an idiot. I'm like 90% sure I'm just overlooking something stupid. Like, it is almost certainly a case of the answer's right in front of my face and I'm just not seeing it. Dora the Explorer would be proud of how blind I am. It really is. There we go. We'll save the fact that I have full health. It's right goddamn there, Dora. Turn around. It's like, I know that's an exit. Or at least I'm 90% sure that that's an exit. We know that we got into that other bit there by dropping in, but we didn't have to. There's nothing else up there. mean, there is a reality in which I'm supposed to, like, do a crazy super speed jump over to the right and get up there instead. Because there is leeway to do that. But I feel like that's too far. Like, if I sit here and reason this out, I'm sure I'll get there, but... Exactly. It would be an absurd jump to ask of you, so I don't think that's the case. I would almost feel like that would require a Shine Spark at that point, which this game never requires that to get through the game. There it is, just beeping over there, taunting me. So I'm right here. Blink, 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 blink. There's just a door in the way. Come on, you can do it. Blink, 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 blink. I don't remember ever having to do one. Like, for certain upgrades, you have to use it. And there are places where it's much easier if you use one. But I don't remember ever being explicitly required. Wait a tick. No? Okay, that was the other stupid option. So it wouldn't have been right there anyway, because that would have just led into the upgrade room there. And I don't think there was anything in the ceiling of that upgrade room, but I guess we may as well check while we're right here. You've definitely got one up on me on that one, considering it's been 10 years aside from a little bit of randomizer play, which I didn't even go in this area during that because we got soft locked by me making a very interesting decision. Now, I was always a one and done person. No matter how much I liked something, just about everything was I do it once and then don't do it again because I remember it, so there ends up not being a point in my mind for it. It's like, I don't think there's anything in here. You know, yeah, that would have made too much sense. But we can access it from here. There we go. I knew it was a case of the answer was right in front of me the entire time. And I was even going the right way before. But I got so locked in on the idea of it being in that room. Meep, meep. There we go. That's the problem I'm running into a lot, is tunnel vision happens. You try to solve the puzzle from the room, but the solution to the puzzle isn't in the room. I have since cleared Prime more than once, but originally only once and then never again. And at this point, probably never again as well. Not even because of any issues with the game as a whole, just... I just don't do that. Yep, and now everything goes wrong. Well, here's the thing. Is it going to be a race of the entire game? If so, that's a decently long race, unless you know with some serious shortcuts. Well, obviously, yeah. You wouldn't want hints on, otherwise that would be way too easy. I mean, there's potential there. But I feel like that would... Whew, you're gonna be in for a haul then, unless you really know it inside out that well. Because that's what, at a minimum 8 hours? Something like that? Barring speedrunning tricks? Yep, there's this stupid thing. Yeah, I want to say, like, a fast time for it would be, like, 6-ish. Yeah. No, not blind. No. No one would be a fool to blind race Prime. That would be absurdity. And yeah, I gotta remember how to hurt this thing properly. I think it's when it goes to release the bomb I can hurt it. I would blind race other things, but Prime, no. No, I know there's too much in Prime for that to be a good idea for a blind race. I don't remember how to hurt this thing. I could think of a bunch of 3D games I'd be willing to race, but Prime is not one of them. Like, the stupid thing I would race would probably be Castlevania Curse of Darkness, but that's because I know that game. Okay, there we go. I heard it that time. You also speedrun that game, you're right, so I feel like there's a bit of an advantage there. Yeah, I think I figured out what the problem I was having with this is. It has too many iframes, so I couldn't get a read on how to hurt it. And climbing is so slow. Yeah, there's a lot to get in the way of it. It doesn't take that many hits to kill, but at this point we've lost this. So I'm gonna have to redo it a little bit. The thing of it is that it's purely the fact that the climbing is so slow that makes that as big a problem as it is. If you could just climb at a reasonable pace, it would be absolutely fine. I feel that. I would speedrun, but I'm not patient enough. I'm not patient enough to sit there and grind learning the skill set to do it. Because a good chunk of speedrunning is learning the tricks to do it. But it takes practice. And I'm not the type to sit there and practice. That's just not how I do. Yeah, exactly. Look here, you little shit. some speedrunner communities are definitely very welcoming, some aren't. That's always going to vary from community to community. Oh my god. There's also a very weird issue where you end up with a low jump if you are holding the wrong inputs. And I noticed that even on the original hardware. Just hang out above it. Or, you know, it could just cheat anyway. Alright, safe travels, Pazzy. Come on, directly above it is safe. It's like, this thing is too twitchy for how slow you move on the ceiling here. So it's way more difficult than it needs to be. Like, I was originally gonna get into RSR speedrunning, but I just could not sit there and master it to that degree to compete with the people that really learn that speedrun. You gonna die? No, right, because you have to fight him again, I think. But it gives you a path out, so there's that. That, I think, is hands down, like, one of my 2 least favorite fights in this game, and we'll get to the other... We'll get to the other least favorite later. See, and that's fair, but it's a very different animal speedrunning with and without glitches. Or tricks. Either way of that, really. This little fucker. Get back here. Like, I just feel like the security robot's just a questionable fight design. Because it's only hard because it is basically a fight that is fighting you the entire time rather than you needing to learn it. You just have to happen to hit the spot. Which I'm sure there's probably a trick to hitting that more continuously and more conveniently, but it's just not good. Like, that is probably the most questionable thing in this game. I think the item is right up there, but I don't have what I would want to do that easier. Well, that's the thing, is if it weren't for the fact that those leg pieces block the shots, the hitbox would be the opening would be very clear. But the problem is, even if you do the opening correctly, sometimes you'll just catch the edge of one of those legs because of the way they designed it. So your opening isn't actually the opening that it should be. And I think I know the trick you mean. I've never used it myself because I never sat down to understand how people did it. But I think I am aware of the one you mean. Isn't that one of the few skips you can actually do in this game, if that's the one, and I think it is? Yeah. That is the same one I was thinking, yeah. Because the game doesn't entirely know what to do with you because you did that. It's like, well, you did a thing, and I'm not sure how to follow this up. Okay, speaking of... Right, I just need to go to the navigation room again. Yeah, because this game's very hard to do any real sequence breaks or real skips in because so much of it is, like, more or less plot coded. Which is why I was so scared earlier, thinking I had soft lock by not going to the navigation room. I see that you encountered a rogue security robot. You may destroy it if you meet it again. Your safety is vital. But as to your brief, level 2 security locks are released. So sectors 5 and 6 are open. That means those sectors have likely been infiltrated by X. They are much harder to stop than we initially suspected. Sector 5 arc is sub-zero. You're still susceptible to cold from the vaccine side effects, so you'll take damage if you even set foot inside there. Avoid Sector 5 for now, but in the meantime, HQ is working on data to adjust your suit for extreme temperatures. Once we have the transmission, you can download it, but the X have destroyed all the data rooms you have used so far. I no longer doubt their capacity for critical thought. You'll have to use the data room in the night habitat, Sector 6, knocked. Go to Sector 6 and access a navigation room there. I don't mind Sector 5 mechanically, but when I was telling Pazzy that one of the areas made me uncomfortable, it was actually Sector 5. Something about it just bothered me when I was younger. Tread lightly, Samus. You are the only one who can do this, and the X may be much more dangerous than we know. Does Samus suspect anything? No, I do not think so. Good, monitor her closely. Affirmative, out. Dun dun dun! Like, we were discussing the fact that the numbers don't line up before, but everything else about this place is fine and could absolutely be a thing that exists. Oh hell, even the fact that the numbers are laid out wrong could absolutely be real. I could see a big corporation building a station with the numbers all fucked up. Treachery abounds. Sounds good. The Varia suit data is here from HQ, ready to download. Get moving to a data room. But there's a problem. X from the Sub-Zero sector arc are in Sector 6 now, and they've been charged by the cold. If you absorb one, you'll be frozen from within. This seems like a deliberate tactic. Once you download the Varia suit modification, you'll be out of danger. Just be extremely careful until then. The knocked data room is here. Remember, avoid the blue X. Use your beam to stun them in order to get by. Be careful, they are hunting you actively now, Samus. And this area is very dark. Proceed with extreme caution. So, it's almost like they're being guided or something, that they're becoming so much more active and threatening. Nah, I'm sure nothing suspicious here. Nope. No problems at all. Yeah, I remember being annoyed getting through this area, but I don't remember it, like, being a serious problem. Gotta go from the other side. Yeah, because when they say this area is dark, the dark really doesn't factor any huge for the most part. I will say, something I appreciate in this one is the fact that you don't really have like a separate reserve of super missiles or anything. You just have better missiles once you get those. I did always feel that the separate pool for those was a little redundant. Like, I get that it was to impose a limitation on using them because they're so much stronger, but it always seemed a little silly in any other respect. I didn't want to be in here at all. Oh, this is gonna hurt a lot. Yep. I forgot that that room was basically just death right now. I, for some reason, thought there was something I could have just grabbed and left with. Which I think it was probably possible to get what's in there, if there is something in there. But just not super viable because of the fact that I would have to really control the Ice X to do that. And it would not be a fast or convenient process. Yeah, to swing back to the speedrunning without tricks conversation, though. How do I explain what I'm thinking with that? Basically, there are plenty of ways to get through a game much faster without doing anything special. But that almost feels like that's just the default way I get through a lot of things, so that's why it never really gravitated for me to do things that way. As far as a speedrun type deal goes. Is to my brain, that's just playing the game. There's a certain degree of efficiency you can reach for without tricks to still, like, achieve full speedrunning. But I feel like a lot of games don't really... Yeah, just going anywhere in here right now is a nightmare because of all those ice. And honestly, for just a few more missiles, going that way was pointless anyway. I'm just gonna abandon the line of thought I was on because I cannot get my brain to focus enough to explain what I'm thinking in a way that sounds the way I want it to. So we're just gonna move on from that. Yeah, they do a good, like, 40, I think, if they touch you, something along those lines. They're really a problem. This is why I don't enjoy this area, but it doesn't bother me in any way. It's just like, this is just tedious and annoying. In terms of just an area, this is probably the other low point for this game, is getting through this stupid ice nonsense. Because they just do a ridiculous amount of damage. I think there is something behind those blocks, but an Ice X is going to keep coming out of there. Like, I feel like they'd be a lot more reasonable if they didn't set the damage on them so high. Like, look at how much health I lost just from one of them. But there's gonna be areas like this where there's a lot of them, and you're just expected to grin and bear it and get past them. But they can pursue you into here, so you're just kind of SOL on that one. Oh, I'm not meant to be going that way. That would probably do it. But Either way, it makes exploring this area such a pain. Because you'll notice I've gone like 3 rooms and I've lost all of my health just because you get swarmed by them. And short of just sitting there and spamming away with shots to try to keep them stunned while you get away from where they are, you don't really have any other recourse other than to take the hit. So it's just not good. Like, if you know this area like the back of your hand, I'm sure you could probably sprint past all of them and they never can catch you. But, as always, I'm looking at mechanics and things from a first-time play standpoint because that's the main time people will play a game, and that's the make or break for people. So, from a first-time play angle, those are not good. I honestly can't say they add anything. Like, maybe the argument could be made that they add to tension because they're so dangerous. But much like I don't feel the tension in like a horror game where there's an instant kill monster chasing you, I don't feel any tension here. I just feel aggravation. Well, that's the thing is, there really isn't any stake here, though. You walk out, you die, you respawn at the save point, you wash, rinse, repeat until you manage to get through it. There's really not that much at stake. And I think that's where the split point for me with things like that is. It's because I acknowledge the fact that death in these games is generally meaningless. All it is a bar from me making forward progress. So they are at best an inconvenience. I wanted to get the other one to stop following me. And I think that's like 90% a perspective thing. Go ahead and hit me. I guess I have to go to the left, because there was no viable path to the right. But look at that. Just 3 of them and we're already half dead. Yay. Hope you like mashing the shoot button. Oh look, you hit another dead end. Yay. Because that's the other thing with this area, is it's like a sea of gotchas. Like, ha, we gotcha. You had to use this thing that you had no way to know you were gonna need. Aha. Like, I get that a dark-themed area would be full of tricks and traps and things, and I don't have a problem with it from that angle. But I think that combined with the ice just makes this tedious. Yep, there it is. Anytime you see a little hideaway like this, you can almost always guarantee that the SAX is going to show up. I couldn't remember if the power bomb was gonna hurt me. That's why I'm like, I need to go. I need to not be on screen when that goes off. God damn it. Well, that's a shame. I should have waited a little longer. And that's the other thing about this area. Yeah, exactly. Though, honestly, if they were a permanent feature that were always going to be a problem, I don't think I ever would have finished this game. I think I would have just said, you know what, these guys are idiots, I'm done here. Yeah. It's like, and see, that's a double-edged sword, really. Because, yeah, they become completely irrelevant is the other problem. It feels like they were just tacked on and never even needed to be in the game in the first place. I think that's what bothers me with them the most, is they're pointless. They're here for one area to be incredibly annoying, and then may as well have been written out of the game afterwards. It's just so weird. It doesn't make sense. And like, they're definitely easier than I'm making them out to be, because you can manage them, as I'm showing this time, but managing them isn't any fun either. Like, if they were enjoyable to fight against, I also wouldn't mind. Which, actually, this is a perfect time to talk about the other thing that's very similar to this that I have an issue with, and that's the robots in Dread. I did not care for that mechanic either. I found them to be very tedious to fight. For a very similar reason, because they're incredibly brutal, unless you know exactly how to handle them, in which case they become completely pointless and are just there to waste your time. And I don't understand. And both require more or less a gimmick to deal with. Was there something breakable in the floor here? It's like, they give you a room like this to heal up in, so they knew they did it a bad by you as far as your health goes. And remember, I'm saying these negative things all while making sure you all remember that I love this game. But just because I love the game doesn't mean I'm going to turn a blind eye to the parts they made mistakes on, or the parts that aren't good. Because there's no such thing as a perfect game. So we need to acknowledge the flaws while being happy with the good parts. And the majority of the flaws in this game hang on. Yeah, I won't deal with that right now. Yeah. And there's shades between with that as well. I fucked up. I got distracted and stepped a little too close to her. Gotta go! Except I need her to break this room open. Ah, you missed me. Damn it. It is possible to evade the SAX, to my knowledge, but I've never managed to do it very well. Yeah, no. If anyone says that the game they love is flawless, they are blind. They are refusing to acknowledge fact because they love something. His games are made by human beings, and human beings make mistakes. There is going to be parts of things that either don't work the way they should, don't work because they didn't think it through, are just not good ideas. It's just facts. That's what I thought. It does hurt, just not... shockingly not much. But yeah, and that's something I tend to try to make sure people understand. Like, when I'm talking about a bad game, I say all the things that are bad with a bad game because oftentimes a bad game is especially bad because it could have been a better game. A lot of the bad games I've highlighted are because they had potential to be something very good, but they missed. And speaking of the gotchas, like I mentioned before, them being able to hide in the blocks really is just kind of tedious. Because it just means you have to dodge them. It doesn't add anything. You could claim that it adds a suspense element, but let's be real. The first 8 times you die to them, the suspense is gonna be gone at that point. And now we're gonna be robbed of our ability to avoid that problem and have to go chase that thing down. Which thankfully we don't have to chase it very far. But this is another kind of iffy fight, just because it's so big, it moves very fast, and the screen size makes it very hard to see it coming. And I don't remember how to hurt it. I don't know if you just have to get the shots between these or what. Because my missiles are just pinging off them. Okay, it is charge shots. He's just on screen for so little a time that you can barely tell what's happening with him to begin with. And then there's these times where he comes at you from inside the wall, and good luck hitting him at that point. I might die here just because it took me a second to remember how the fight worked. And he keeps hitting me while he's got his iframes. Oh, why does he take so many hits in that form, too? Because by rights, that should have been fine, but no, that form takes 2 hits on each color. Because reasons. For a split second, I forgot that that needed 2 hits in red. Otherwise, we would have been just completely clean through that. Haha, sucker. Because, like, I have no problem with the idea of the fight we just had there. the entire problem with the fight comes from it should not have been on a Game Boy Advance game, because the screen size makes that fight way more difficult than it needs to be. Because you will have the enemy come in frequently fast enough that you have negligible time to react. You need to basically fire before he gets to you. And it's not even that interesting a fight. It's literally just playing death ping pong. Oh, the excitement. It's like there, I released the shot the second I could see any part of him, but it didn't matter because he was already on top of me before the shot came out of the gun. And I feel like they gave this stupid thing too many iframes, considering it can be completely within its iframes and run up on you and hit you. Ooh, for free. And especially in a room like this where you keep getting stuck on the ledges and in the water, it just gets piles of free hits. Which this time is fine because we had health left, but just like, ugh. This segment here just frequently leaves bad tastes in my mouth left and right. And now we're green. Which that's a whole other thing, is from an artistic perspective, I don't care for the change the Vario suit makes, because it makes too little a change in my mind. Just turning you to a different color scheme. But that's nitpicking at that point. That I'm not really gonna, like, lean on at all. Just a case of that could have been more. But now we can pick up the ice things and not care. So hooray for that. So, you know, something just hit me with the way Samus climbs ladders in this game. How is she climbing with both hands when one of her hands is a cannon? Because you'll notice she moves as if she's climbing with both hands, but she only has one actual hand. Just to separate a little bit from the weird kind of annoyed tangent I went on there. Like, you know, that's a little odd. Like, I would fully accept her just climbing one-handed because she's strong enough to do that. But the animation just makes it look weird. There it is. I don't think so. I don't think it's a Mega Man situation where the hand can come out of the cannon. Because I don't think we've ever seen that ever happen in any of these. But maybe it's just something I didn't see. I don't know. I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility. It's just one of those things that's never come up. So I'm like, I don't know. Could go either way with that one. I do find it funny that the blue X run away from you once you have the Varia suit. It's like they know they're vulnerable now. I'll grant them that that's a nice touch. Like, they understand that you're a threat now. Yeah. It's like, wait, no, we're being eaten. We're supposed to be doing the eating. This isn't how this works. Is there actually anything back here? Nope. Okay. Okay, now we can collect everything else that's in here, and this place is basically done. Which, that's the other thing, is this area is so short. They could have made this a full, fleshed out area if they just didn't add the ice mechanic. Because I'm assuming they made it short because of the ice mechanic. So it's just like, why? Oh, right, the bat. And then you go get the real missile upgrade behind it. Because we literally just did this like 10 minutes ago. There we go. I don't know what is in my head today, but I'm just like only part here. And I don't know where the other part is. The other part is doing something. I just don't know what. Okay. Onwards, back to the navigation room to be told where to go next. Though, gee, I wonder, where could we possibly be going next now that we can deal with sub-zero temperatures? I wonder if we would be going to the ice area, the only one that's left. Oh yeah, I think we do also get a bit of damage reduction from having the Varia suit, just like it is very frequently the case. Because I want to say in every Metroid, each of the suits gives you some level of damage reduction each time, but it doesn't explicitly state that. But if you like actively check the damage you take from a specific thing as you get each upgrade, you'd be able to tell the difference. Added that X download of the Varia suit data. This doesn't seem to make any sense at all unless the X have the ability to process data organically. At any rate, you have the Varia suit data. Now you'll be protected from extreme temperatures. More importantly, the SAX will no longer be able to freeze you, so you can escape easier. But you are still too weak. That thing is too much for you. You currently have no way of damaging it, but my simulations indicate that a penetrating weapon like the plasma beam might work. Developing modification data will take HQ some time, though. Well, shouldn't you have been working on that the entire time from the moment we got the Varia suit finished while we were going to get it? There's also a chance that you may be able to restore your plasma beam by absorbing a large core X as you did with the charge beam function. As for restoring ice beam functionality, I doubt it. Your current cellular makeup would reject that addition. Therefore, HQ has developed an ice missile upgrade for you. This will add a freezing effect to your missiles. It will help. Go to Sector 5 Arc for the download. Ta-da! Now, get moving. Away! Now, I do kind of like that they added ice tier missiles in this instead of it being a part of the beam. because I never was that big a fan of the ice beams because of the fact that it would very frequently freeze an enemy and you'd have to either get around the now enemy frozen in place or just keep hitting it to get rid of it. As opposed to just hit it, kill it, move on. You need to download data for the ice missile upgrade, but as you might expect, the data room here is secured. Level 3 security hatches are yellow. Release the security lock and download data as usual. And experiment with those new missiles, they will be helpful. You know what to do, go to it. You'll notice even some of the ways that the robot, that the computer is speaking to us has changed a little bit since the revelation of them communicating with the suspicious shadowy person. There's a lot more trailing off dots and things like that from that point forward. It's almost like it's not a robot at all. Dun dun dun. At current pace, we should actually be able to just get through the rest of the game today. Because I don't remember the entire order of operations through the game. But I do remember that unless I really want to grab everything, once we have all the main expected upgrades, we're basically in striking distance of the end, as per usual with a game like this. And a couple of things are going to require basically going back to sectors we've already done. But there's going to be different parts of those sectors we can go to and all of that good stuff. I don't think I can kill the biggest ones of these yet. Yeah, I need the ice missiles for that. Sounds good, Shadow. Hopefully work goes well for you. Right, we can't go into that save room from here unless I go all the way around. The speed boost into there. Come on now. Is there not enough room without going into the other room? Yeah, dang it. There we go. I didn't want to go into a different room because there was the risk of running into the enemy when he spawned in. But we thankfully didn't have to deal with it, so it worked out. There, I think we're on the right track for going where we need to be right now. There's gonna be at least one other kind of weird sequence other than going to each of these zones. But I don't remember what else I have to do other than that. God. This is one of the more annoying speed boost bits. Just because there's decent odds of you just randomly getting hit. You might actually need to be able to extend these before you can do this. Yeah, there's too much in the way. I think it's possible to do it without doing it the other way, but it's just not great. Oh, but I think I do have to do it, don't I? So I think that's where the security room is, right behind there. Except I'm not getting enough distance. Yeah, you just can't build up enough speed there. Is there anything else in this room? Not looking like it. So I must have done something wrong. Problem is, getting out of this room is also problematic. But we can go down instead. Yeah, I think this is what I needed to do, is go down and around to get to the security room. I'm pretty sure we have the right room. We just need to go this way to go around. Yep, there it is. It's not the exact right room, but it was the right area. Because this was one of the cases of the security room being completely off the map they give you. Making you really wonder why they give you a map at all if the most important parts aren't even within the confines of that map, let alone marked. Is like security concerns, having it not be marked on the map, sure. But having entire sections of that sector not be on the map they give you just seems a little weird. Like the secrets not being marked, again, makes perfect sense. Oh, these fucking crabs. And even being here now, I still can't put my finger on why I felt so uncomfortable in this area. Part of it might be a claustrophobic thing, because so much of this place happens in tiny tunnels, but then it should have bothered me in other parts, too. No. It's one of those I can't put my finger on it type things. But I remember it. Ah, yes, the people working here could get lost. That's clearly something a group like this would be very concerned about. At least we're able to download this without any issues. It might have been better that I went back and destroyed the thing. Oh god. Right, these paths, yeah. And actually, yeah, this brings me back to something. Specifically this mechanic, where you start using these as platforms. This is what you need in order to get across that path I was looking at. Is you basically need to kill the crab over here, kill him again, and then the X will go down into the thing here, giving you a platform so you get your speed boost going. Except for the fact that it's still very janky. Like, this is one of the worst spots for that. Got it. Like, it's not even hard, it's just very easy to happen to get hit as you're entering there, so you just can't do it. I'm not even sure there was a point to doing it. Because if it just loops back around to here... And I don't think we needed to come back that way, so I don't know what the point of that was. Aside from for demonstration purposes of how the mechanic works. Because it definitely demonstrates the mechanic, I'll give them that. Oh yeah, and that's the other upsetting thing about those ice guys, by the way, is they don't give you back as much health as they take. Which is just upsetting. That said, we have been going for 3.5 hours, so I'm gonna get up right quick and stretch my legs. I'll be right back. Okay, like I said, wasn't gonna be long. Once more, at it. But getting back up is still gonna take a little bit of doing. I think I actually want to go back up the way we fell down, unless I want to go around to the save room route. Save room route probably would be quicker. Oh, right, except I can't go back this way either. That's one of the things with this part, is one-way pathways. We all remember how much I loved those when I was dealing with them in La Milana, and I'm still not a fan of them here either. All that would do is loop in a loop. I need to go down here. On the bright side, they do keep providing a decent amount of save points still. Yeah, just follow this up and around and that should get us out of this segment. Oh, this is a problem though. Is the thing, in case people are wondering, to my knowledge, you can't kill these. You can only freeze them to use them as a platform, but it's still blocking the path, so you can't go that way. I guess I do have to go back up the way I fell down like I was originally thinking then. That's upsetting. Unless there is a way up through this middle bit that I'm just not remembering / understanding. And that's entirely what those little guys are there for, is to use as platforms. Oh, not this shit again. I don't really mind the fake energy tanks and the fake missiles that much. Though imagine if you were down to like 10 health, you ran over there to pick it up to heal yourself, and you just died. That would be so rude. But looking at it, I don't think we can actually get back up this way. So I think I do have to go up through the middle bit. And I just need to figure out how. So I don't think I can get enough height. No, especially not if I screw up the wall jump to begin with. You certainly don't get any height when you make a mistake like that. Like, it's clearly telling me to go up here. But, like, I can't clear the jump to get up there, so I have to go this way. Which then forces me to do this. At least we did it first try that time. And we're actually in pretty good health shape, so there's that. It's like, this requires speed boost, which we can't do from this side. Because I'm pretty sure even if we could get the speed going, we wouldn't be able to jump high enough. Aha! There we go. I knew there was somewhere I could break through somewhere nearby. Because they never leave you stuck, just sometimes requires reaching around your ass to get to your elbow to figure out where they actually want you to go. Oh, it's not super... It's not ice missiles? It must be plasma beam then. Huh. That's fine. I didn't want to go that way anyway. Oh, wouldn't you know it? We've caused another problem. Because, you know, we haven't fought a boss in here yet, have we? For some reason, I thought that was later. Is this one of the weird ones that I have to actually let something happen? forget? Yeah, I need power bombs. Okay.
Emergency in Sector 3.
Emergency in Sector 3. Oh, that doesn't seem great. Guess we'll need to resolve whatever that thing in the background was after we deal with the emergency in Sector 3, huh?
Emergency in Sector 3. Emergency in Sector 3.
Emergency in Sector 3, Pyre. The area could melt down soon. It seems the main boiler's cooling unit is malfunctioning. This could easily destroy the entire research station, as it would likely trigger the auto-destruct explosives, because we have those for some reason. We have about 6 minutes. Hurry to Sector 3 and access the control room to the side of the main boiler room. Most of the systems in Pyre are down because of this. Again, we know who is to blame. The SAX must have hacked into the system control file. What impressive intelligence. This is probably one of the things Pazzy was hinting at, in that it understands how to do more advanced things. The thing of it is, it easily could have interfaced with the control system other ways as well. There's little time. Hurry to the control room in Sector 3. There's also the implication that there could have been outside interference as well, considering our shadowy figure that we saw. And it may just be getting blamed on the SAX as well. I don't need to check the navigation room again. We just gotta go. See the path there. Yeah, we gotta go all the way to the left, down, and up, I think. And that's why that room was in my memory, is because we had to come back there now. That makes perfect sense, actually. Because the more you have to go back to an area, the more it's, of course, going to stick in your memory. Yes, thank you for telling me there's 5 minutes till the boiler explodes. That's very helpful, game. Totally not making me nervous in any way, shape, and or form. I don't recall this timer being too super strict, but best not to lollygag about any more than we have to. And that's why I made sure to make landfall before dealing with him. Freezing him makes this a significantly faster path. I remember always doing that when I ran through here. Which is good practice for here, where you kind of have to do that a little bit. Though you don't have to wait for them to extend, but them extending makes the landing on them easier. This bit here is a bit of an issue, though. Unextend again. Well, I don't know how that worked, but I'll take it. The intention was to land on him, climb up, and morph ball in, and then over him, but we just kind of clipped through him instead. Oh, game, please. So what happened there is I tried to jump before it broke out from under me, but instead it just did the little drop out of the air thing I talked about before. So I just shot myself in the foot, basically, instead.
3 minutes to main boiler explosion.
Come on! There you go. The fact that those things are kind of like RNG is an issue. And there you have it. It consumed a scientist and learned how to control that system from the scientist. That's why Pazzy was saying that it can retain memories. The only reason I say there's a debate on that is it may not have retained the memories of it, is that may have been a scientist that specifically works this area, which means it would be ingrained in his muscle memory how to work the machine. It may not understand how the machine works. Is it, you know, depending on whether it actually has his memory or not. It may not understand how it works, but it knows cause and effect of if it pushes these buttons, bad things happens. It leaves room for debate whether it's actually intelligence or just following patterns and muscle memories. Kind of like how in some zombie fiction, zombies would retain somebody's motor functions and skills, but not necessarily have intelligence. That I don't know. I don't remember if it actually like narrows that down to be like, no, it absolutely knows this information, or if it leaves that up to debate. But there are ways where it could be that it doesn't have the memory. The memory is the easy explanation for it, for sure. But I'm only pointing that out because it's not the only explanation. I would say it's a case of taster's choice as to what you want to believe is the case there. Because that very much kind of leans into semantics a little bit as well. Because it really doesn't matter that much if it's smart enough to do something or not. It's still out to kill us, and it's still a problem either way. Yeah, now we have the wide beam, which is not only wider, but does more damage. It also makes us shoot fancy shapes. Just use that to get away for a second. So he'd be reset back to his original position, because I forgot these can shoot, too. Okay, so we need to go this way and go... Ironically enough, the same way that we were having problems with before is our best way out of here. Okay, now we can get a nice recharge, touch base with the computer, and find out what's what. The X mimicked a crew member. It all makes sense now. The X can absorb the memories and knowledge of their prey, and there's where it's explicitly stated. Okay. I couldn't remember if it ever explicitly said it, that's why I was resisting that idea rather than rolling right along with that. But now that I see it explicitly stated again, there it is. There's no debate anymore on that one. What an astounding find. HQ was very impressed. I'm glad you were so impressed with how it nearly killed me and destroyed this entire station. But don't you find it strange? This could have destroyed the station with the X in it, not to mention the SAX. Unusual for a self-preserving species like the X, unless your presence is an even greater threat, a threat to the existence of X elsewhere. This is only a hypothesis. Perhaps their survival instinct is in conflict with their newly borrowed intelligence. Don't let your guard down yet. The X are still a threat. Samus, I see biosigns on the habitation deck. Survivors? The infected crewman you saw had survived until recently. Maybe there's a chance the signs emanate from here. I have just restored power to the main elevator. Use it to return and look for any survivors. I can't help but feel that the search for survivors is a distraction. Because let's be real. You could say that that crewman survived up until recently, but we don't know how long he was carrying the X in him. If we're claiming that the X parasites are intelligent enough to gain that level of knowledge from something it mimics, and it can pick its targets well enough to do that, then it stands to reason that it might also be smart enough not to mindlessly self-replicate when it's in something, too. But to explain the self-destruct thing there, it may be that it understood that the meltdown of the boiler would make the boiler self-destruct, but it may not have understood the consequences of that. You know, it may not have understood the longer picture yet. Because it again depends really on how intelligent the X parasites actually are. And just how much they actually gain from whatever their host is. Because gaining their memories and abilities does not necessarily mean that they become identical, if that makes sense. I don't know. There's leeway for a lot to be happening there still. Yeah, because in some ways it ends up being kind of like a mirror monster situation. Insert thing copies everything you know how to do and know, but is it actually the same? And the answer to that would be, for all practical purposes, yes, but what would be, is there a missing factor that makes you different from it? And that becomes very debatable, usually. Because, you know, usually plots that involve something like that usually use some kind of stupid power of friendship excuse for it. But who knows if there's more valid reasoning than that could be used for a situation like that. Hey, I think I found the life signs. It's the animals, yay! Why they're on this vessel, who can say? I remember right the way through Is going back here, going to the bottom, and then... Yeah, because you got a speed booster. Because there's this hatch here you can use. And this is the other place where they expect you to use these guys as platforms. Thankfully, you can clear the jump straight up, but it's easier again if you let them extend. Beep, 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 beep. Be free, my friends. Go forth. Though you're probably gonna get infested by X, but you know. Even the little bird. And off they go. You too, little one. There's like a lot of weird inconsistencies. Like if the ship's computer has access to being able to turn on the power to the elevator, why couldn't it just manually open doors like that? And if they could override door level 0, why couldn't it override the other ones? Etakuns and Dakaras. I've met these intelligent beings before. They seem to recognize me as well. How unusual to meet again here. In the past, they've helped me unleash abilities I didn't know I had. Where did they run to? Hope they're safe. Yeah, and there's your reference to how they taught people to shine spark and wall jump in the past. I think I know what the next bit is, but let's go to the navigation room and find out. So, the survivors were not human. Most unfortunate. We can now confirm the deaths of all crew members. I imagined this was the case, but I had hoped it wasn't so. I believe the X only infected the humans for knowledge. That form is too weak for battle. I am sure the others were merely food for the X. Samus, I think they are evolving, growing stronger. Some are now appearing that resist your current weapons. HQ anticipated this and sent the power bomb data as soon as the hardware team finished it. While my objective is mostly clear, you didn't tell me which data room to go to for it, but we'll figure it out. Download it immediately. Our choice of data rooms is limited to this one in Sector 5 Arc. Go now. Oh, that answers that question. And note the fact that it's sending us back to Arc, where we saw the big spooky thing. Also, this is why I wanted to go in here early. Look, there's Frozen Ridley. What a shame for him that he's stuck in there and we're out here. And he's the sheriff and we're out here. What a shame. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Anyway, bye. Oh yeah, we can also go in here now and grab an extra missile upgrade. But we got a speed booster for it because every other thing in this game needs speed booster. There we go. Like, the speed booster really does open a crazy amount of things in this game. And it's nice that they make the number you need to go to blink, so you know which one you need to go to without checking anything else. It's a convenient little touch. It really shouldn't be necessary, but it's helpful at least. Though again, one wonders how that exactly works, but eh. Yeah. You've been to this data room before, but I'll show you its position again. The thing is, the navigation rooms also hold your hand hard enough that you probably shouldn't need it, and there's also the objective button on the start menu as well. But it's nice to not need to open the start menu to check. Yeah, it's like, there's the button down here, for example. But it's nice to have multiple ways to make sure. I was just thinking in-universe mechanically, like, how are they making that light in particular blink? How much access do they really have? Suspicious. We can also just quickly grab this now that the yellow doors are open. I forget which side of this thing the opening is on. Wait, yeah, oh, there we go. I was about to say, wait a minute, yeah, actually, how do I get in there? Because I thought I did a full circle. This is what needs power bombs, so we'll be back for that later. And there goes that thing, still freaking out in the background. Gee, I wonder what exactly we had to come back here to do. Yeah, just go straight to the data room. We can turn around and go to the other room afterwards. It's kind of weird that they didn't destroy this data room. Considering we used it once already and they had destroyed all of the other ones we had used, why didn't they destroy this one? Aside from to make sure we had a way to get data. Which begs the question, are they letting us get data so that they can use it once they take it from us? Like, I can't help but feel that this is just a convenient contrivance that just happened to happen here. But when brain goes in full suspicion mode, it starts looking at everything like that, like, I see. Now, where'd the thing that allowed us to climb up go? I guess we're going further down. Kaboom! It's like we're being led somewhere or something. You might hear the really loud footsteps. You might think that that's a concern, because it is. And we need to leave. Because if I remember right, the SAX was down there with us, and if you took too long in that room, it might show up. I might also have been just letting paranoia take hold on that one, which wouldn't be the first time. Power bombs are so nice. Man, don't power bombs kill these too? Yep. That was the whole point. Okay. You'll also notice that the power bomb, for some reason, pulls the X parasites back towards you as well. I always thought that one was a little weird. Like, very helpful, but kind of confusing. The power bomb extension. Ow. You. I was mashing the jump button, but it doesn't care. This one's kind of annoying to get, just because of those pits. Oh, to hell with it. I don't need it that badly. Considering it's pretty easy to get them back, I'm not really that worried about getting that extension. And I can't think of anything I really need a ton of power bombs for in this game. So it basically would just be for item completion, and I'm not aiming for, like, perfect item completion here or anything. This is a pure just get through it idea here. Kaboom. Oh, what do you know? The power bomb spot over there wasn't where the item is. Not that we really would have been able to conveniently get up there anyway. But I don't actually know what the point of that spot is. I don't know if it's just a red herring or if it's telling you to power bomb by using that spot so that it opens that so you can get up there easily. Because if you look, you technically can jump up there and bomb that if you know it's there. But that's one of those weird ones where it's like, they needed another way to get you to do that. I'm gonna wait for him to go back up again, because that's how we get up higher in here. Is we turn him into a platform. And that gets us another missile extension. I was kind of hoping it would be another energy tank, but I'll take what I can get. I think that's most of the meaningful things we can grab in here at the second. We need to come back when the red doors are open for the other thing. Which we could go back to a couple places now that we've got a good chunk of the powers. And go get a bunch of things, probably. And the ease of access to a lot of recharge rooms is the other reason why I'm like, maybe power bomb extensions aren't that important. I forget how many missiles I ended the game with. I think it was in the 200s. Now, where do you want me to go? Samus, return to your ship. I have important information. Why would you need to give me the information of the ship? Why not just tell me? Suspicious. I don't think this is the bit I'm thinking of. Because there's a whole section that hasn't happened yet. Oh, there it is. There's the section I was thinking of. Power just went out. Nothing to do but to bomb our way out of the elevator. For some reason, I thought this bit was much earlier in the game. The music in this section is legitimately a little bit spooky. Oh, hey again, Frozen Ridley. Oh no! He's not so frozen after all. They took him. Also, get a load of these freaks. Like, on the list of things that were concerning to see, those weirdos are definitely up there. And I could power bomb to get rid of them, but there's really no point. They're just kind of there. Speed booster, huh? Oh, maybe I do have to get rid of them then. The speed booster throw clean. Boom. But you'll notice they don't die to a single power bomb, because God forbid they be convenient that way. There we go. Now we got plenty of room. There we go. Wait, there was an item back there. Ah, power bomb. Okay. Kaboom! More missiles! Now we're back at a nice even number again. And we're nice and close to the ship. How convenient is that? Let's go save before we go to the ship, just in case there's any kind of suspicious activity happening, though. I'm sure I'm just being paranoid, right, though? No, there's no tricks that are gonna happen, no traps. Oh, wait, the power's off. I can't open doors. That's a shame. Isn't that just a shame? Also, can I just say how big a safety risk it is for them to have the doors locking shut instead of locking open? Hey, I'm getting ahead of myself. Ignore where I just went. Ignore that. Everything's fine. Nothing suspicious in the reactor core. Nope. Yes, save my data. The main silo of the reactor core has gone offline. That's why all elevators and station systems are down. Elevators and hatches won't work. This doesn't bode well. If you can get to this point, you may be able to start the auxiliary power system. Then we can figure out why the main silo went offline. By the way, I asked you to return here to tell you some strange creatures have boarded your ship. I confirmed that they are not ex-hosts and gave them a berth. Do you know anything about these strange creatures? Were they the source of the healthy biosigns earlier? Very well then, their presence in the midst of this disaster must have some significance. I will keep them here. And now you know the fate of the animals. They get to stay on the ship until this is all over. But you'll notice there's now insects around. And the cocoons have hatched. That's what we saw getting ready to be born in all of those parts of Trop. And yeah, saving the animals is, I believe, the canon ending. So if I remember right in Super, don't you have to get through the escape in a certain time for that? Or was it an overall time thing / item count? I forget exactly what the whole situation there was. I feel like there's something here. Nope. Okay. Power bombs make it very easy to check for items as well, because you just drop a power bomb and something will show up if there's anything there. Look at you not getting frozen. Still just as dead, though. Of course, the clone space pirates are what they bring out here, because of course... Hey, another free energy tank. Those energy tanks they just leave in the middle of the floor have always messed with my head a little bit. It's like, why are they just here? Why are they just, like, right in the open? Are they just trying to make sure you have at least some energy tanks? That would have to be it, right? Is them just ensuring that you're not a complete idiot and you're not running in with, like, 2 energy tanks? Okay, I need to go past him down the other way. This would be so harsh with only, like, 2 tanks. Oh, God. Like, I guess it's a problem if somebody wanted to do a challenge run, but let's be real, if you're trying to do a challenge run like that, you probably might want to see a therapist, because, boy, that's a level of self-harm that I don't know how to respond to. I'm so glad he decided to be nice and do the correct thing first. Oh, that was a big hole. I can't help but feel that there are better ways to lower your item percentage than making the game significantly harder. But at that point, they also probably can figure ways around those rooms. Oh god, this stupid thing. Ah! I forget how to hurt this little bugger. I think it's hit him in the back. Oh wait, there it is. There's the weak point. You gotta hit him when he goes to spit fire. Which is why this fight's a problem, because he can just wait you out for a good long while. If he just decides his pattern wants to just do dives over and over again. This is the other fight I was talking about that I really didn't like. His grab does a lot of damage. He loves to run around and just keep doing that over and over again. And this fight just takes a while. And it's very similar to the robot fight in that the weak point is kind of a pain in the butt. And then he does this. This is a whole thing that happens. This part's not as bad. So this is going significantly faster than I remember it, but I'm also pretty confident that I was much worse at dodging it when I was younger. It makes it wonder, though, if all of these things were stuff they had on the station for research purposes, what the hell were they researching this freak of nature for? Like, I can think of a purpose for a bunch of them. Like, Ceres was probably for learning optimal means of moving through water, considering, you know, it's a water serpent. And now we have space jump. Yay! Gravity is my bitch now. And we've restored power. Hooray! Why is there a navigation room down here, though? That also is a little weird to me. Save rooms and recharge rooms are now back online, but with only auxiliary power, no elevators or hatches will work. without the main silo online, we are still stuck. I believe the source of the problem is the vegetation you saw earlier choking the reactor core components. We'll have to find the source of those roots to proceed. No, I know gravity well, and gravity is very, very cruel. Now there are bees. Bees. You know what? This is what I think of you bees. Get nuked. Teehee. Save the bees? No. Nuke the bees. I don't even know why I'm trying to climb like some pleb who has to obey the laws of gravity. Now this is a bit of a nasty part though, because you lose health very easily and there's no recharge room. At least not an easy one to get to. Because if you remember, we can't go back because... Actually, we probably could climb back up and go all the way up to the recharge room up there. That might be possible. Because we went in through a hole there below the red door, so it would actually be possible to go back. But now, we're back in Trop, and you'll notice... It's a little bit more... infested with tree roots than it was before. Well, that's a shame. I forgot the SX was even in that room. I don't actually know how you're supposed to find that out without having that happen. I guess if I had stopped and listened for a moment, I might have heard it stomping around in there. But I didn't check, so that's kind of on me. Oh well. Thank you for the raid, Shala. How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. About a good more than halfway through Metroid Fusion at this point, I think. But hopefully everybody's doing well. Okay, glad to hear it. What did you end up doing? Yeah, so far so good. Welcome in, Methrail. Ah, that's understandable. Ah. I assume you played a handful of the games that are available in there. Yeah, that sounds about right for Roblox. But as long as you had fun, that's the important part. Okay, I can hear the SAX wandering around down there this time, now that I'm actually listening for it. I don't think there's any other way for me to get down from here other than through it, though. Oh wait, isn't this one of the sequences where I have to actually try to avoid it? Except I have no health, so this is a really bad idea on my part. Yeah, this was a very bad plan on my part. So I forget what to do with this segment here. It might be worth my while to heal up a bit. And then try that idea again. Because obviously we're still not going to fight the SAX because we can't. But it doesn't seem inclined to leave that room, and we need to go that way, I'm pretty sure. Wouldn't be the first time my memories led me astray, but I'm gonna hope that I'm right about that. Of course, it would help if I didn't lose the health immediately to random bees. Where'd it go? There it is. These have the same problem I was talking about with an earlier boss fight, where the screen size on the Game Boy Advance, limiting how much you can see, really gives some things a very unfair advantage. But that's kind of expected. You know what? I'm actually going to try to go all the way back up to that recharge room, since we do have auxiliary power on to make it work. Let's see if the game allows us to go back there. Because that would certainly be easier than just grinding the health out. Okay, I can also just go to the ship, which will be quicker. Such stealth. Stealth ball. There we go. Now going down there with full health and everything should make things a bit easier for us. Yes, yes, I know what I'm supposed to do, robot. It's okay. I just needed to not be nearly dying. There we go. And we saved up there, so there's no point in fiddling with getting back down to the save room, because it doesn't really save any time, particularly. The only other thing is I could because I don't think you can break these routes at all. I'm pretty sure that's the point, is they're forcing you down to where the SAX is. And I have no way of knowing which way she's facing to try to get past her from behind or something. Yeah, she still just rips right through you. I'm doing something wrong here. I just do not remember the answer. Said, I don't think she can be frozen. I'm pretty sure I'm just doing something stupid here, and I'm just not entirely sure what. It might be possible to just space jump enough that we avoid their line of sight entirely. Okay, I was curious about whether a power bomb would set her off immediately, and it does. Yeah, the delay on breaking through that wall is what makes me think being chased isn't the answer. But the only play I can think of is trying to space jump just enough to stay high in that room so they don't see me. But I don't think that'll work either. It's also the only thing I have left to try, really. Questions. There's also a reality in which we just wait up here for a very long time and she goes away, but I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. And, you know, there's also the land on her head. Landing on her head clearly was a great plan. No flaws detected with this plan at all. The thing is, I've done this before, but as the title says, that was 10 years ago. I do not remember the specifics of how I solved this. But I'm like 90% sure what I'm doing now is incorrect. Just figuring out why is the problem. Riddle me this one. Am I on the right track of thought here? Or is there a more elegant solution to this? Just trying to go for it and get past them and then bomb through. Because I feel like that's wrong, but I also don't see any other alternatives. Okay, that's what I was afraid of. Yeah, I figured she can look up. I didn't think that was gonna work. The wait for the power bomb is what's killing me. Would have been great if it actually did what I told it to there. Still, we're very close. So at least I was doing the right thing. I do believe there is a trick you can do for that makes it a lot easier, but obviously I don't remember that either. Yeah, without there being a really good way of knowing which side of the room she's on, I can't guaranteed, like, land behind her. Let me try a couple more times, and if we continue to fail, then that might be a good idea. Yep, she was just right there. Okay, I think we did it. I just need to not get myself caught now, and we're okay. Okay. It just feels unintended to do that, because it's a very bad idea. Yeah, I did notice that, but I wasn't sure if there were... Brain was still triggering as if there were going to be more walls after that. But you are right that a regular bomb would have been faster. Though you also would have to be directly next to the wall to use that. I was on the fence with that, because my memory was telling me that it did, but my memory's told me many lies today, so I wasn't sure about that one. I should have tested it, but logic told me that it's like, no. If the Faria suit upgrade protects us from being frozen, why would she be freezable? Sometimes raids are a little buggy and all of that, but welcome in anyway. How you doing? What am I supposed to do? Oh, right. Space jump. I got so caught up in the loop there that, like, brain just completely did not register space jump for a moment. I started trying to wall jump. It's like, you don't have to do that at all. A little bit, yeah, a little bit. Even when you get a lot of energy tanks, you're still very vulnerable. When in doubt. Nothing, huh? Okay. I'm not meant to go all the way up then, I guess. There we go. It was gonna be one or the other. And the good old when in doubt powerbomb strategy pays off once again. Because now that I have them, there's very little reason not to just use them. To make sure of where you're going. We can't save anywhere in here is an issue. And I am in bad shape right now. Oh yeah, this is back to this room. So we can grab what might be up here, which I'm pretty sure there is something useful up here. Oh, a save room I can access. Actually, that is very helpful. Okay. Be real nice if you gave me one of those, you know, recharge rooms somewhere around here. It also doesn't help that these things tank a lot of regular shots. You kind of have to freeze them. Nope. It's because I just don't like sitting there holding the button down all the time to keep the charge going. And a lot of the time, it really doesn't make that huge a difference compared to just using missiles on the target. And in this game, you have so many missiles that it very rarely comes to be an issue. Especially with how prevalent recharge stations are. It's purely that I'm lazy. So I've ended up using charge only on things that you need to use it on. And even that isn't that common. There we go. That helps the health issue. That's fair. It is a very good idea, especially in the close quarters where you're gonna run into like those bees with very little time to react. Being able to just release the charge into them is definitely a better idea. We can scoop up a good bit of health here, since, again, don't know the way to a recharge area that's accessible, because I don't know if those doors up there are open. I guess I should just go check, shouldn't I? Rather than sitting here charging up this way. Now that we have enough to have a cushion. See if there's another recharge room, like above here or something. I completely forgot that they lose their wings if they don't die. Come on, Space Jump. Please cooperate with me. Nope, those doors are shut too. That's about what I figured. Because we're meant to continue going further to that area above there. Let's just say I don't own a capture card, and that answers all questions relating, probably. Is simply put, as much as I would love to have one, not viable. I will say the randomizer for this is quite fun. And it's not hard at all to set up as long as you have access to a PC with the availability for it. Getting through it is a whole other animal. That's part of why I'm doing this now, is to see if I would actually be willing to... Exactly. Yeah, to see whether I'd be willing to actually try to stream the randomizer for this at all. Is I would need to be, you know, familiar with the game again in order for that to be viable. Because I tried doing it with my rusty memory of the game, and boy, did that go badly. Okay, we're pretty well off. I did, because I do have it on my Switch, I did not care for it, mostly because the Emmy mechanics are annoying to me. The gameplay as a whole is fine, but the Emmys are just annoying. And I keep forgetting that my Switch even exists a lot of the time, is the other reason I haven't sat down and finished it. Otherwise, I probably would have finished it a long time ago, regardless of the Emmys. But I just don't use my Switch enough to begin with. Well, see, that's the thing, is it just makes for a very bad start to the game. I know the game gets much better afterwards. It's just not a good start to the game at all. Please let me out of the... Oh, I hate this. I hate this bit right here. Because it's so easy to end up jumping back into the other holes. Because I don't think you can break the flowers. I think this is literally just kill this thing before it annoys you to death. And this is why I made sure to heal first, because this is just annoying. Oh, for the love of God. It also doesn't help that they pull you in. There we go, now he's attacking. It would help if I could just time this at all today. Please, brain, work with me here. This is not a hard fight, it's just annoying. And now we're gonna lose because he's got that phase, and I had no room to move because, of course... That's why I was annoyed already, because I knew I lost at that point, because there was no way to get past him with the positioning we had. I just need to not botch that first phase as badly as I did. Because that second phase, as I demonstrated, is a complete cakewalk. And then the third phase, we've done that before. We're just in a worse room for it. You gonna be reasonable this time? You are. That's honestly surprising. Come on. Game, please. Quit happening to perfectly line them up to keep knocking me in, please. once you can get past it, yes, but he blocks that first bit, and since I had no health, that's why it was physically impossible before. Oh my god, game, please. And I'll explain my thought on the Emmys once we're not dealing with this tedious pain. Just bear with me on that. I am not ignoring that point, just give me a minute. I kind of need to focus for this not to be a huge pain in my ass. Because as it is, it's still a huge pain in the ass. Right, because he reacts by firing back every time you hit him in this phase. That's the other kicker to it. There we go. Okay. And yeah, I didn't mean that the Emmys stopped mattering and the game got better because of that. I just meant that the game opens up more and gets much better as it goes, was more the point I was making. But yes, I am aware that they become very easy once you're used to them. I just did not like the mechanic. It's that simple. It's not a matter of them being difficult. I just did not enjoy the mechanic. I feel like it didn't need to be there. It's kind of like what I was talking about with this game and the situation with the ice axe. They show up, they're very, very dangerous for a very brief time, long enough to be very annoying, and then they cease to matter. It didn't need to be there. Yeah. Which, that doesn't work on me. All that does is annoy me. But I understand that it works for other people, and that's why I don't say that it's bad. I just say that I don't feel like that's a, you know, that's a decision that works for me. It doesn't. I know Dread is still a very good game, but it kept me from enjoying it because of that. It's the same as with all of those horror games where you have, oh god, this invincible monster that will kill you in one hit. It's like, hooray! This is incredibly tedious because all you can do is run. Is from a pure gameplay standpoint, there really is just nothing there. But again, it's the same matter of it's supposed to be evoking a feeling of powerlessness and scaring you. But it's the same issue of after the first 1,000 times you might die because you take a wrong turn in a chase sequence or something, you end up losing that by that point anyway. And again, this is not to say those are bad designs. Right. I was not saying they're the same things. I'm saying they're meant to evoke a similar feeling, was the idea. That's the connection I was making, not that they're mechanically the same. What? You've restored plasma beam function? Most unexpected. Even so, continue to avoid the SAX. It too may be stronger. And you still lack a few abilities crucial to survival. Wait a second. More trouble. Hold on. I've isolated the cause. There's been an explosion in the ARC data room. I got what you were intending with that. But words are hard. We all know that words are hard. Samus, go to Sector 5. The damage is staggering. Find out what's causing it. It's almost like we saw it in the background earlier. Context clues. Yeah, exactly. Even if it's something you do all the time, eventually brain needs a break. It's like you would say that words are the main part of my job, and yet I trip over my words very frequently as well. It just happens. We're all victim to the fact that words are hard. It's gotten worse. The damage seems to have been caused by a creature kept here by the researchers who named it the Nightmare. Apparently, it was a biomechanical organism designed for military applications. It possesses uncommon power and can manipulate gravity. We must assume that it's become an ex-host. We have no choice. You must find it and defeat it. I cannot confirm the location. Is your objective clear? This thing is out of control. Hurry before it destroys the entire station. And now comes the nightmare fight that was talked about earlier. This fight's not that bad. It's definitely not easy. And it's not one of my favorites, but it's not awful. We'll get into exactly how I feel about it and why when we actually start fighting it. But look at how much of a mess it made in here. Ooh, boy. The good news is the big red door's gone. This also is how the data room got trashed, probably. Alright, we can't follow the hole it made. We have to go this way. Into the water. Yay. You would think water in a frozen place wouldn't work. You would think it would just be ice. But I assume it's temperature controlled in some way. We also can't space jump down here. So, you know, that's fun. And, you know, mer pirates, because that's something we needed in our lives. I don't know, if letting it cook leads to things like that, I think I'm against this idea. True. Still feels weird, though. Like, I'm not saying that from a scientific standpoint it doesn't make perfect sense that this is true, but it's still upsetting to deal with. You know, there's many things in nature we all know are true that I don't have to be happy about. It's a broken but unopened door. Yeah. Oh no! They almost got me with that one. I remember falling in this hole a lot. And it also leads to a problem. Specifically, it leads to nightmare. Ta-da! I sure hope I have enough missiles for this. How do I hurt you again? It is the thing back there, right? Yep. No, the gravity. I remember when I was young not realizing that charge shots worked on this, so whenever gravity was high, I was like, how do I hurt this thing? Can't reach him from there, huh? That's upsetting. Yeah, come up that way so I can actually get a shot at you. Oh yeah, it's kind of awful. The hitbox on his face is kind of annoying, too. We're gonna lose this go-around. Because I don't remember how to fight him properly. I am just figuring it out on the fly, as per usual. I think we're already at full everything, but just in case. Yeah, there really isn't a save point that much closer either. There's just the one down there, which is arguably closer, but not really beneficial. It's also not actually closer at all because of the layout of the area. But the energy tank's there because they want to make sure you have full health to fight that thing. But if you botch getting the energy tank, then you just have a bad time. Yeah, if you just hammer away at Nightmare, you can push through them pretty quickly. And personally, I would recommend that. Oh, absolutely. It certainly lives up to its name. Was this a save point? I was a fool. No. Yeah, speed boosters needed there. Okay. I mean, you could be a funny scientist, but, well... You may need to work on your material a little. Was it this way? I've already forgotten which way I went, but let's look around the area just to be safe anyway. 'Cause I might find a save point that I forgot about. Well, this is certainly the opposite of a save point. But at the very least, we managed to get another bomb and upgrade, so there's that. Aha, save room. So there is one closer. I assumed there had to be, but I think I never found this when I was young because I didn't go looking for it. Because, you know, shocker, you don't find things when you don't look for them. Well, no. Correction, I find plenty of trouble and I'm not looking for that. Nope, I didn't get it this time. But we got healed by the red thing. We're just one less tank, which is worse in some ways. Oh, there you go. Oh. The way he just hovers on you is the thing I have the biggest issue with this fight. Because it's the classic thing I hate. Contact damage. Because he'll just do that. He'll just fly around and keep smacking you back and forth with contact damage, and there's really not a lot you can do about it that I can see. It's just a nuisance. Because his regular attacks really aren't that big a threat. His whole thing is that he's a big block of annoying. There we go. The extra tank will help immensely. And don't get me wrong, I understand that I'm taking a lot of stupid damage early on, trying to just push through the first part of it. Like, there's no questions on that. But I also don't want to be here half a day waiting for him to give me openings to hit him down there. Like, look how small the hitbox there is, too. You basically have to hit him right about where that second tier of eyes is. Okay, could you not? Come on. Nope, we're gonna lose this again because I'm just gonna die to contact damage once again. Yay for fun game mechanics. Like, I'm not asking to be able to just power through it and have no issues, but I really feel like something that big flying around like that just doesn't seem like good boss design to throw giant object around the room. I had a similar complaint with the boss with all the little spike things flying around it too, but the thing with that is you can at least knock it back. This guy you have no recourse against. He just sits on your head if he wants to and you lose. That aspect of it's a bit of a question mark. And I would take my time and kill him a slower way, but I don't even know how you're really meant to hit him in that core bit under there without taking damage. Because he spends so much time down here. I guess the idea would be to bait him up, go in, do that, but he comes back down fast enough that you really can't do that either. And then when he raises the gravity, you're just kind of stuck down here. The good news is, as you can see, that part doesn't take that long to break. And then you can use this to get over him when he's pushing to the side. But he just does that. Hey there, Snort. Welcome to me dealing with another boss I hate. Like, I'd still rather fight this guy than the stupid spider we were fighting earlier. But this whole thing where he just flies around like a jackass really does not make me happy. Yep, here we go again. This is a fun mechanic in a fight, right? You pretty much have to keep climbing higher to keep avoiding him. Which, that's another thing I've noticed that I didn't realize before with this game. They really, really like those ladders. They really try to use those ladders as often as they could get away with it. I'm doing fine. How about you, Snork? Aside from mild frustrations, despite how much I like this game, I'm doing fine. I knew there were parts of this that were gonna grate on me. This fight in particular, absolutely being one of them. And then it wouldn't let me out of Morph Ball. So thanks, game. Thanks for robbing me of that again. Appreciate that. Ah, the perfect way to wake up. Come on, game. Quit cheating. Okay, broke the thingy. Like, look at this. Look at how bad the hitbox on that is. Like, I would accept doing bad in a fight if it was my fault, but this fight isn't really one that I feel like it's my fault that it isn't going well, aside from the early part. And now he's just gonna cheap me out by doing this again. How much health does this phase have? The answer, more than I do. His face also doesn't count as good game design, and yet here we are. In an otherwise good game, a very bad hitbox. This being the second particularly offensive hitbox in this game. Which also wouldn't be a problem if he didn't have, honestly, way too much health. For how quickly you break the first phase, I really feel like that last bit should not have as much health as it does. But it might be that maybe charge shots do more damage to that phase too? I don't know. I don't know the numbers on damage in this game. I just know I can fire ice missiles a lot faster than I can charge shots. And maybe this is one of those situations where the boss has an arbitrary weakness to one or the other. Like, in theory, this would probably be doing more damage because it's 3 projectiles. And it's also a much wider shot. Of course, it would also help if Samus would actually hold onto a goddamn ladder when I'm trying to shoot from it. I'm not seeing this doing a ton more damage, considering he's still in the green phase. And at least with the ice missiles, we got to the red phase. But we also were down an energy tank that time. This fight took me forever when I was younger as well, because it just drains your health. It's not... You know, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That fight 100% is just sitting there draining your health constantly. Like, I'm not asking for there to be a safe spot. I'm not asking for this to be easy. I'm just asking for him not to take up half the screen and do contact damage. Like, even if only, like, his arms or only his head did contact damage, that would also be acceptable. But this whole giant thing doing contact damage is just stupid. They were really proud of the sprite they made, and they didn't want to shrink him at all. Well, that's the thing. The movement is predictable. I understand entirely how it moves when it's doing that, but more often than not, I'm not in a position to do anything with that information is the problem. Because he moves to chase you. He goes in a loop that aims to hit you at the end of it, more or less, for the most part, when he does the spin. The problem is, the space jump just isn't consistent enough to allow me to avoid that with any real guarantee, because I will time it the same way 3 times and get 3 different results. Is I will do this. I will press it as I'm dropping, and you'll notice it's working just fine right now. But if I miss it even by a tiny bit, it all falls apart. I feel like that's a little bit too precise a movement thing to require of you to avoid basically the main attack from the boss. That's a little much. Especially with how long that attack lasts as well. But I feel like this would be fixed by giving him, you know, to make him just as difficult, he could have more projectiles, but just not be a giant contact damage soak. And for all that his big thing is that he controls gravity, this phase really doesn't stay around for long. Which is also a little weird. And then there's times like that where you're just penned in that corner and it's like, oh, guess I'm just gonna sit here and take like 3 hits of damage before he decides to move. Well, This is just a bad pattern. This one's just done. Is the one problem with when he does the sweeping charge is there's really not much of a tell aside from he's not firing his lasers anymore. He's probably doing that because he has two moves. He literally does the sweep and the laser. That's the only thing that boss fight does. Now, give me one quick second to do a thing. I'll be right back. Okay. Back to getting annoyed by Nightmare. I think a couple of these times, if I just hadn't not gotten the energy tank, we would have had this by now. And I don't think there's anything I can really do to, like, clock more damage on him. I did have an idea, though. Something I never actually tried, but makes actually a lot of sense to try. For getting past that first phase without getting hurt as badly. I just wish these blocks weren't so jank to stand on. What I'm thinking is, what happens if I use power bombs on him? No, that doesn't appear to do anything. Okay. It's worth a try. Because that would allow me to be a very small target. It might work on the next phase, but I doubt it. Yeah, you turned into me honestly getting very frustrated, so if you call that a great time, then yes. Because this is just not a good fight. Because he's just a giant screen-soaking and contact damage pain in the ass. Is short of doing constant high-flying antics, which really don't progress the fight at all, you really can't hurt him and avoid getting hurt. And as you can see, we've already lost the vast majority of our health. So yeah, if you enjoy me suffering, then yes, this is a great time. Otherwise, no. Yay! Look at him take up most of the screen. Yay! Just kill me. It's like, I understand what they want you to do, which is to loop him with space jump in order to avoid getting run into, but he takes up so much area that it's kind of a crapshoot. See, and it's the same thing I was talking about before with horror that gets ruined by frustration. I have already reached the point where I'm too angry at that thing to give a damn what he looks like. Because I have a perpetual look of done on my face normally, so... And once again, the breakable blocks just eat every bit of movement I have, so I can't grab that. His design-wise, I like Nightmare. Mechanic-wise, he's garbage. I need to make that clear. I like the creepy flying death robot, but he is mechanically hot garbage. And those are two very different situations. It's like, he does a great job of being a really spooky freak. but he is such a chore to fight. And I can't even say it's a tough fight. It is a tedious fight. Because you also have times like this where he's just flying around, not actually following the circular pattern that his jump normally follows, and just slamming into you over and over again. Is jumping around the room trying to avoid him fun yet? Because it sure isn't for me. Could you just die this time? It's also really nice when he actually lines up with the goddamn ladder so you can actually kill him the way you're probably supposed to. But now he's gonna cheap me out because he's not gonna go anywhere I can actually finish the job. It's not gonna matter because he's gonna turn into his ex-host form and I'm gonna lose anyway. Just kill me. Isn't it also great when he's in exactly the wrong spot for that bad hitbox that his face is to make it basically impossible to hit him without getting hit? I know I love that. I know that's my favorite thing. And if anybody's going to defend this fight by saying, well, you can just kill him so quickly by being in the right spot, it's like, that doesn't make a good fight. That just makes a quick fight. Like, I would honestly not be shocked if somebody told me that this fight was rushed in development. I genuinely would absolutely believe that right out the gate on that one, that this fight was rushed. Because he has very little mechanics, he has very little attack patterns. He just slams giant body into you. That's like 90% of his system of fighting. I won't deny that it works, but it doesn't make it good. Like, look how exciting it is watching me spam missiles into him from the exact same position over and over again. Isn't this such a great and exciting dynamic fight? Yay! Like, I don't want to tear into this, because like I said, I love this game, but that fight is not good. It just isn't. It's a very good boss design marred by a very bad fight. But at least it's over now. And now we purple. And no prizes for anybody that guessed what ability we were gonna get from that, considering his whole shtick was he uses gravity. And now we need to speed booster through this. You know what the horrifying thing is? That took less attempts than I thought it was going to. Going into this, I genuinely expected a good, like, couple hours of fighting Nightmare and hating my life. It's only because I managed to get him to line up nicely those 2 times did this fight end. Because that's the thing, if you can get him to line up in that position, it's a cakewalk of a fight. Which is also not another positive sign for that fight. If your entire fight is predicated on managing to get them to line up perfectly, that's not good design either. let this be a lesson that even good games and good game designers can make bad things. We already grabbed that. I didn't get the energy tank, though. I should probably get that. I'm trying to think. What's even left at this point? There's not much that I can recall. Getting this energy tank's gonna be such a pain, though. I managed to get it on so many failed attempts, and now that we've beaten him, it's gonna take me 1,000 tries just to get that stupid tank. My brain is not in a condition to answer that question right now. There are plenty of answers to that question, but I cannot think of them off the top of my head right now. Brain is too hard set on being angry and just getting through what I'm doing right now. We have hit spite mode right now, so intellect is taking a back seat at the moment. Right side, I am at my most powerful in spite mode. Downside, got it. Okay. I'm not even sure if there's that many energy tanks left. I think there's enough to make you fill out to the spot where the missiles are, but I'm not certain about that. Yeah, let's back up a little further just to make sure that we actually speed boost. And I'm going to go save in that same save point again, just to make sure that I never lose this energy tank and never need to do the nightmare fight again. You know, it's funny. When I was young and got through that, I remember telling myself, I'm never doing that fight again. And here I am, making a liar out of past me. All just to entertain people who may or may not even be amused at how this has been going. Considering it definitely devolved into me just yelling and being angry for a bit there. Which I do apologize, but that's just how it goes sometimes. And thank you to those that are still sticking through all of this as I get frustrated and grouchy. I suppose this is actually another very good game to use as an example of what happens if you separate the atmosphere from a game. Like, if you don't take the atmosphere into account with this game at all. I feel like people would have a very different view of this, atmosphere notwithstanding. Oh, that's your game, huh? Get in there before it reforms. Aha, another energy tank. Oh, this is gonna be pain. Okay. Oh, you bastards. They thought of that, huh? How am I supposed to do this? Ah, okay. It's literally just a platforming section. Okay, I can do that. Got it. That wasn't that bad. I might be barking up the wrong tree for getting out of here entirely. But I don't see any other paths out. So unless there's a breakable something that leads out of here, up here should be the way. But yeah, a big part of why I'm not really able to answer that before the year 2000 question is it's gonna be a matter of me remembering release dates. It's for things. Because there's not just like a pass-through spot here. I do have to break something. But we didn't check seeing if the power bomb was enough to do the job to get up there. Which it wasn't, because it wasn't on screen. So I have to go through that other path up there then. This is not possible. See, it made sense to go back up through that tube because you gain the ability to space jump out of there. Which it worked out because it got us an energy tank anyway. But apparently my logic on that one was flawed. Wait. It's saying there's a door here, but the door's broken. Can I not pass through there? Uh-oh. Am I actually supposed to go the way I was trying to go and failing? Wait, no, I see something up there. Hang on. What kind of nonsense do I need to do to get through here? Aha! Game, please, grab the ledge. Thank you. Oh, that was all for a recharge room, huh? Is there any back way out of this recharge room? Nope. Okay, great. I don't know how to feel about that. Where is this item? Up there, okay. There it is. Don't mind me as I mash jump and you hear just boop, 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 boop. That's the secret checking noise. Well, let's save having gotten that other energy tank and that power bomb while I figure out how the hell I'm supposed to get out of here. Because the logical path would have been to use the water now that we can pass through it. But that's clearly either A, problematic, or B, not possible. Is there anything breakable in here that I could use to, like, get to the other side? This is when we play the power bomb every room in the hopes that something happens, game. I never did do anything with this room, so maybe this is our way out. Oh right, this needs speed booster, and there's an area above it as well? Huh. Yeah, we have the power to speed boost underwater now, so we can definitely do this. Just need to get stupid fish guy out of the way. Yeah, this is the right way, as this leads into the lower section of Aqua. Once again, getting hard-headed about the wrong part of the problem. Is this a speed boost section? Sure is. To no one's surprise. And this needs the screw attack, which we don't have. Spoilers, the screw attack exists in this game. Really shouldn't come as a shock to anybody. Really? I jumped at just the wrong time, huh? There we go. Fun fact, this is the area I got soft locked in when I was playing the randomizer. I was in this area when I very much wasn't supposed to be, and I could not get out because of decisions I made. And it's entirely possible that I did not realize there was a way out, but I had filed it under it needed tricks I didn't know how to do to get out at the time. Because I spent a good long while running around poking everything, everywhere, trying to find a way out. And yeah, it was a great time. It was just absolute fun all around, being stuck underwater for all eternity. Good thing Samus can breathe underwater for reasons. Presumably, like, oxygen in the suit or something. Who knows? I don't know if that ever got addressed, but then again, Samus can also exist in space and be fine, so... Another red door. There was all the red doors around that made me really think there was no way out when I was here before in the randomizer. But since we have just about all of the actual mobility abilities, I assume there's a way out in here somewhere. Because when I got in here when I shouldn't, I didn't even have gravity suit or anything. I was sluggish and sad down here. Is it one of those I have to break the tube type deals? Do I have to powerbomb one of the tubes? Yep. There we go. That's how you get out of this part, at least. Is you then go up here. Really, I can't hurt them. There we go. Yeah, I think this is the path out of this section. More things with hitboxes that really could be a little bit better. But they're not as bad because they die in just 2 hits. Just in case anybody's like, well, why aren't you calling that hitbox out? It's like, well, it doesn't matter because it's just not a regular pleb enemy. It's not really a huge issue. Okay. What is the point to me being down here? Okay. I will bomb your army of crabs. I don't care. Am I not supposed to be in here right now? Is this not the way to a navigation room that I'm allowed to get to? Have I somehow gone completely awry? More likely than you think. Because it looks like this whole section's predicated on me having opened the red doors, which we haven't done yet. But maybe I just opened the wrong tube. Maybe the other one opens too. Aha. Well, that's not helpful. That's the opposite of helpful. Like, don't get me wrong, that is at one point going to be helpful. Currently, less so. The good news is we're able to get back out of in here if I need to. But I'm just gonna do a more thorough check. Make sure there aren't any paths I could be taking anywhere in here to, like, break into this room or something. Yeah. It didn't appear to be anything back in here, so I think this whole room is just a hallway leading to a red door. Getting some real wild deja vu right now of just bouncing off the walls in here going, how do I get out? Send help. Doesn't help that I don't remember this section, like, at all. But I think my play here is going to be to go back to the other place, because I think I'm not meant to be getting out through here yet. Oh, except I'm on the wrong side of a speed booster path, though. Ooh. Hmm. Yeah, this is very much the same loop I was in the randomizer of, like, well, I can't go out that way. I can't go out this way. This is where we just got an upgrade. I think we power bombed in here already, but just be on the safe side. Nope, there's nothing else in there. If anybody knows where I'm supposed to be going right now, now would be a good time to speak up. Actually, what was blocking me from getting into that room down there? Was that a red door down there and it just didn't mark it? Or was there something... Oh, wait, no, there was something in the way, wasn't there? Because we're kind of stuck in an awkward state of can't go forward, can't go back. pulling up a map to see if there's parts of this place I haven't been to. Yes, there's a lower room to this left side that I didn't get into, so we might still have a way out, if that actually leads somewhere. Samus, if you would just grab a goddamn ledge. Great. The thing is, that connects over there, but there's also apparently a room under this. Okay. Okay. I see most of the path forward, but I don't see all of the path forward. What am I missing? Aside from her brain. Like, is it just a big fake out? Am I meant to go this way to get in there? This would just lead back to the same spot, so that's... No, that doesn't make any sense at all. But if this doesn't lead anywhere, what's the point of this room? This doesn't make sense. Because it looks like it's meant to link up from this part to my right here. Ah, because it does, but for some reason all of the jumping I did before just never happened to line up completely with it. That gets us in here, which opens the red doors. Crisis averted. I should have just done my due diligence and power bombed in that room to begin with. But at least we got through it. And now we can get out of here. So I was pretty sure I needed to have opened the last set of doors to be able to do this area. That's why I was so confused. And now we can get out in whichever way we want. Thank you for subbing, Swarm. Hope your work went well. And all is still good. I think you did end up missing the nightmare fight, unless you were hanging around during that. This guy and his annoying seahorse hitbox. Ah, okay. That was good of you to help out with, at least. Though honestly, there wasn't much to see with the nightmare fight aside from me just yelling at it for a while. Right. That does make sense. I don't think there's anything in this room. No. I'm running out of power bombs at this point, but that's okay. That really feels like the only way for that fight to not be awful is to do a fast kill on him. Okay, this is a dead end. I know of it, but I don't think I knew the correct way to do it. I just ended up getting him to line up twice and just mashing missiles into him after doing the first part with some charge shots. I don't remember if this gets rid of these. Yep. Well. Ah, speed booster. Okay. Which explains why we have access to these rooms. Oh, so basically what I did then. Okay. Is that's what I knew to do. I just didn't know if there was a better way than that or not. Because I basically sat in there under his arms, beat that part down, and then managed to get him to hover just at the right height to just spam missiles as fast as I could into his face afterwards. Which he dies very fast to that if you can get it to line up. Just getting it to line up is a pain. So this is what we're doing here, huh? Oh, and that cancels your space jump. The gravity well is not a good option, yeah. Game, please. Space jump. Cooperate. Okay, missiles up there. Don't you just love it when space jump doesn't respond? Because Lord knows I hit the button with good timing there, and it's like, nah, you're just gonna fall. See, I don't mind the wall jumping in Super. I understand how to do that. Space jump, for some reason, just does not agree with me in this game. And I had the same problem when I played it when I was younger, too. So I know it's not an emulation issue. Just something about it just does not feel right. Oh yeah, no, the window is brutal for wall jumping in Super. But it's a case of once you have it down to a degree. It can still elude me now and then, especially when I'm out of practice, which is most of the time. Because, like, the wall jumping in this is a lot easier. But I just don't know why space jump is so finicky. It shouldn't be. But I find that space jump drops on me very frequently in this for some reason. That's actually a big accomplishment. Mock Ball is a pain to figure out. At least it always has been when I tried to figure it out. So more power to you for managing to do that one. She just wouldn't let go of the goddamn ladder the way I wanted her to. Ah. Okay. Okay, that does make sense. That'd be a very easy thing to have happen. Okay, I think we're through the worst of this now. Just gotta get past these stupid things. Yeah, because I can't hit it. Also, this data room's intact despite what they told us. But then again, this is one that we hadn't used before, so they weren't lying when they told us that all of them were broken. There we go. Hit one to freeze the others. And now we're back on familiar ground and able to get to a recharge station and save in a better location and everything. Whew. Nasty bit of business getting through there. Okay, robot, what do you got for me? You upgraded your missiles? That's unusual. There were no word from HQ. A procedural error, I'm sure. Even so, I did not approve of bypassing security level 4. From now on, you will use more discretion. Well, there's not really anything left to be discreet about. We've already let the genie out of the bottle here, buddy. There's nothing left. All of the doors are open. In any case, Samus, do you remember the security robot you faced earlier? I believe the X have infected it. That is to say, they have claimed the organic components that form its neural network. It has entered Sector 6, knocked. I don't know what it's planning, but let's not wait to find out. Samus, you know what to do. Exactly, just send it. And yeah, I think that is one of the ones you can get to early. I think there's a trick for getting past those inflating blowfish things. Because I remember doing it before. But it is like a nightmare to actually make happen. So I do wonder what effects having diffusion missiles before having ice missiles would have. The security robot seems to have gotten much stronger. This worries me. Be careful. But we have another problem. Once you're done, leave knock immediately. The SAX is tracking you. Oh, good. Don't stay longer than you must. Understood. Yeah. Not like I have a choice. It's get out quick or die. Yeah. Similar to how you can do some tricks in Super where you can hit blocks you otherwise wouldn't be allowed to by having them travel with you. Is the game will basically load it in place and realize after the fact, wait, I fucked up, but it's too late. It's already done. And at least this place is now a cakewalk to get through because there's not death ice everywhere. That's where you better run from, mate. You bastards. On the bright side, we know where we need to get to. it's a nice touch. The mechanic of them damaging you is very frustrating, but it's very cathartic and fun to watch them flee in terror from you afterwards. Oh, how the turntables and all that. I don't think we can go back this way, can we? No. I have to go the other way. Yeah. 'Cause I've not noticed if there's a perceptible difference with the regular X moving around, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some small ways that they try to avoid you more later on as well, just in general. I don't even know if I'm going to the right room. I'm just going where the icon is, but I think... Isn't that where we already had a boss fight? And I've already forgotten at this point. That could easily be true. Because I think that's where we chased the thing out of the data room and then fought it. Yeah, no, I remember this exact path now that we're at this part of it, because I had to redo it. Yeah, no. I would agree that that doesn't seem like it changes or learns particularly. I did learn earlier that the SAX knows to look up. Because it spotted me trying to fly over it when we had to get ready to go into the power core. Because I was doing my damnedest to try to get past it when you have to do that one chase sequence through the 3 doors. But I just could not manage to avoid being seen. I don't know where in here this stupid robot is. There's got to be a path I'm supposed to take somewhere, and I'm just not seeing it. Because I also don't remember where any power bomb spots in here were or anything. Because that's what I would assume I have to do, is either power bomb or something to break something open. I'll be honest, I don't remember this sector like at all, even though we were just here, because 90% of my focus was on being angry at the Ice X. And there's no obvious places where it would skip off to have a hidden room attached to it or anything. Like, you would think it'd be somewhere over here, but since there's all this ladder here, there wouldn't be anything there unless it's at the very top. Which there isn't. So that answers that question. Yeah, we're at the poke everything until we find where we're going phase of things at the moment. Which thankfully is made so much faster by power bombs. Just keep dropping bombs until something helpful blows up. Nope, nothing there either. Pretty much, yeah. You just keep pressing this anytime you're suspicious, and it'll tell you, hey, you need this to open that. I was gonna say it's suspicious how many save points there are around here, but that's because you could only go like 2 feet while getting mauled by Ice X. anything in here? Nope. Actually, wait. There isn't anything. No, there's nothing up there. Okay. That was another one that could connect off somewhere, so I'm like, maybe? There are some, like, super suspicious rooms in this, yeah. And some of them still lead to nothing, which just makes me sad to this day. Nothing, huh? Absolutely nothing. Alright. That was another good candidate room in my mind, but apparently not so much. Because it had plenty of room to lead off into other places. Nothing. Okay. I feel like this is a weird one, and I'm just not remembering. So much for them wanting to get in and out quick, huh? Because we sure ain't going anywhere in a hurry right now. I don't think it'll be here. We already bombed this room, didn't we? Pretty sure we bombed this one already, but I'll check again. Yeah, because this would have been a perfect spot to outlet into as well. But it isn't. It may very well be that it's earlier on and they expected me to check sooner. Like, it might just be that I went too deep into the sector entirely. Aha! I don't know if that's what I need, but that's something. Too early. This is why I just power bomb. God damn it. This is why I just power bomb everywhere. Eventually you'll hit something. Is this breakable? It is, but only with screw attack. Okay. Yeah, I think we just don't have enough room. I think we can't do that yet. Maybe they didn't expect me to have gone in here and gotten this already, but why wouldn't I have? Because this is the bat? Yeah. And I don't think... No, they wouldn't have nested progress behind a secret there. Yeah. It might even be the last energy tank. So I think there's just one more missing. Or, knowing my luck so far, it'll just be another power bomb expansion. Need screw attack to go that way. Am I supposed to have screw attack right now? Did I somehow miss it? Like, I feel like that would be impossible, but... And I can't think of anything I would use diffusion missiles for around here. That's what I was remembering too, but... I was figuring maybe I'm wrong and maybe I've just somehow gone awry here. Well, here's something. Oh, hey, you know that missing energy tank I was just talking about? Yoink. There is still one more, though. I miscounted. There's still enough space for one more, anyway. Which, not gonna lie, energy tanks are the one I always am looking out for the most, because obvious reasons of not dying. If you want me to be real, you might be right. Because we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 right now. So if there's 20, that would make sense because it would be a nice clean second row. But with how far into this we are, and the fact that I haven't left that many stones unturned, I don't think there's enough room left for there to be 10 more. Okay, yeah, if it does guaranteed go to 2 full rows, then it would have to be 20. I don't think I ever had that many, even when I finished this before. But I also didn't 100% it, which would explain that entirely. I don't think it'll give us any direction, will it? More screw attack paths. Like, this was another very suspicious spot because you drop in here, see the other item room, and there was no other purpose to it. So that seemed weird. But apparently that's not the answer. Like, we're locked in here. Is its name Pain in the Ass? Because it's accurate. I'm all ears. What is the security name? Good lord. Why am I not surprised that that's the answer? Also, I think I might have just had a dawning realization of where I need to go, now that I think about it. It's another, the answer was right in front of me the entire time thing. So remember there was a room that it seemed like there was no point to go into? Specifically back in here. Is there anything all the way in the back here? Yep. There it is. And of course, the security box. Does box actually stand for something, or do they just call it box and then never follow up with what the acronym means? God damn it. I wanted to make a joke, but I cannot think of something funny to end with using the X. Yeah, you know, that does check out, you're right. It's a box of X. God damn it. I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly why they called it that. Yeah. Because we all need to remember, the truth is often dumber than any lie would be. But I think we're just about to where It's at...
Warning, no entry without authorization.
Authorize this.
Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning,
That really didn't work, huh?
authorization.
How about this?
Warning,
No, huh?
no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
You might be onto something there.
No entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry.
Wow, even while it's paused, it keeps yelling at me.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
You would think I would be authorized.
Entry without authorization.
Oh, is it just gonna keep going now?
Warning,
Oh no.
without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
Well, I've done it now. Now that's all I'm gonna...
Warning,
Oh! You know, that makes sense. How else would you bait out a security robot other than setting off an alarm?
warning, no entry without authorization.
Now, do I go back to where the door was, or do I go this way?
Without authorization.
Oh, he electrifies the water now, right? Okay. There we go. Oh, right, he's got missiles of his own now, too. How do you make a pain in the ass worse? You give him more weapons. Because this isn't tedious at all, right? This isn't upsetting and tedious and anger-inducing. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume I did something wrong there, but I have no idea how to do that better with the fact that he's just spamming homing missiles over and over again. It might be possible to shoot them down. You have an answer to what the word means, huh? I'm all ears, Swarm. Hit me with it.
Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
I don't know if anybody will be ready for what the truth is, but let's hear it.
Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
I'm gonna save with the alarm going off so I don't have to go back down there again.
No entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no
Yep, that's about what I was figuring.
warning, no entry without authorization.
Just haha, it's meaningless. Because the thing is, I've seen acronyms like that in other Japanese things before. Okay, and the missiles can be shot down, so this is not nearly as bad as I thought. I just gotta not have him jump into me is the other main thing. I'm listening. Wrong button. God damn. Those come out at a really awkward angle. What, did they think that was just too good a mechanic? God forbid this fight. these fights be allowed to have fun things in them. I assume it was mostly a matter of they thought it'd be too easy. Yeah. Oh, we're losing again because I keep getting stuck in the water. Because for some reason, if you press up and try to jump at the same time, it hates that and doesn't let you jump properly.
Warning, no entry without
Sometimes. It's inconsistent, but I've narrowed it down to being when I try to press up and jump for some reason.
No entry without authorization. Warning, no
So
entry.
I just end up with these weird short hops every now and then.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
I wonder if there are people that have done this fight without realizing to break that ceiling bit open. How awful this fight would be without doing that. Oh my god, there's just so little time to try to get a shot in there. And then there's the fact that the missiles can go into the ceiling and still hit you. That's great. Yep, just park perfectly so that I'm not lined up with you, of course. Oh my god, I would like to be able to move, you piece of shit. Could you just line up with any position that is at all useful, you horrific little piece of scrap metal? This fight would have been over already if your hitbox wasn't such a pain in the ass. Oh, you were just a pixel too far to the left. Haha. Enjoy dying. It's really not even a hard fight until the fact that it cannot be hit. Oh, and of course it's one of these. Of course it's one of these fucking things. In a room that's really awkward to move in. Is the cheese going back in time and putting the person who designed its head through the desk? Because that would certainly solve a lot of problems.
No entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
Honestly, just because this fight is kind of garbage, yeah, go for it. I'm listening. I could do with a bit of dairy in my life right now. Ah, I see. Because it's gonna get stuck there. I see the idea. Because I think when it bounces back, I'll be able to hit it. I assume is the idea there. Yep, okay. Because I did see the bouncing it was doing, but I wasn't sure if it was going to just keep doing that or if it was just going to start spamming missiles if I stayed there. Is I could absolutely see them having thought of that and just spamming missiles at me over and over again. Of course, the hitbox is still not playing ball with that idea, but that's okay. At least I'm not dying anymore. Do charge shots work on it, I wonder? No. Okay, if I spam fire, it does actually get me a few hits in at a time if I'm quick enough. But it's gotta be the right timing. Thank you for the advice, Swarm. This makes this fight so much less awful. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something similar for the previous version as well, since it does bounce back just like this one does. Oh, I have to use missiles on him still, huh? Okay. There we go. Yeah. Now we have Wave Beam. Fancy Beam.
No entry without authorization.
Now we can go where we're not authorized to go.
Entry without authorization.
Ding dong, the box is dead.
No entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. No
That is great.
without authorization.
I'm glad at least that pain in the ass is a comedic name.
Authorization.
That makes it a little better.
Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
Hmm.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
It's redeemed by its name and the slight satisfaction you have watching it explode.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
Oh no! There were Metroids here all along. Dun dun dun! Wow. Wow. I can't help but notice that there's nothing in this room I can do. Do I go back now? Oh, yep, the door locked, so I need to go back. Okay.
Fire alert. This sector will soon be locked down.
Having fun?
60 seconds to isolation lockdown.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
Couldn't happen to a nicer robot. Full of evil parasites. Anyway, let's just get rid of that. That's fine. That's launched off into space. And explodes. 2 problems with 1 stone. Samus, you shouldn't have done that. You ignored your orders. You may have to pay a price for that quite soon. What do you know? Treachery's afoot. Shocking. As you can see, the Federation has been secretly working on a Metroid breeding program. It certainly looked like it. For peaceful application only, of course. Please understand. Not sure I believe that. Not sure I believe that at all. But perhaps you already knew of this program's existence? Certainly, you must have had doubts when you saw Sector 1. SRX, a faithful replica of the SR-388 ecosystem, which would be the perfect place to breed Metroids in theory, yes. Ideal for raising Alpha, Gamma, Zeta, and even Omega Metroids. This research even uncovered techniques for rapid growth. Imagine creating an Omega from a larval Metroid in days. But that research is finished. The X has smelled out its natural enemy, and one of the SAX is on its way here. One of? One? Are you saying there's more than one SAX? Don't be so surprised, Samus. You know that the X reproduce as asexual division. Because of this mechanism, there are now no fewer than 10 SAX aboard the station. And now you know why they were everywhere we were going. Because it's not because there were multiple... It wasn't because they were getting around ahead of us, it's because they were everywhere. Oh yeah, absolutely. And just like we can trust Wayland Yutani, we can clearly trust us, the Federation. There's no skullduggery, no shenanigans, no lies here at all. Samus, you must go. Get out. If you stay too long, the SAX will destroy you. Stop only at a navigation room to uplink with me. I don't know how HQ is going to take this, but you need to report to them immediately. Is your objective clear? Panic and run screaming? Yes, accurate. Now get going. Oh, absolutely. And how better for them to stay the biggest entity in the universe than to have an army of well-bred, peaceful Metroids at their beck and call, clearly. The real Adam would have said the same thing about that incident, but he would have softened the blow. He was relentless in his criticism, but he had always cared. He was not a machine obsessed with duty. No such compassion could exist in that computer. Now, what do you know? We're going back to Sector 1. Oh yeah, absolutely. No voracious need to consume all energy or anything. Nope. Not in Metroids. They're our friends. You know. To be fair, we have had our life saved by I-1 before, so... There's precedent for them being our friend. Friend of the rest of the galaxy, maybe not, but our friend, sure. Also, I managed to get that way easier than I expected to. Not gonna lie. Just getting out of that room is upsetting. Up, please. Thank you. I might have missed something by not going the other way, because this looks like the path to progress. Let's go back and check that, because that might be a save room and recharge room or something. I mean, after you let it happen once, I don't think you'll be worrying about it anymore, so there's that. Very true. They may play nice for a while, but eventually instinct may become an issue. Okay, I was right. I just missed the spot. I literally shot above and below that, I think. Oh, maybe this is the path to progress instead, because this required the wave beam. Good instincts, bad accuracy. Now this needs screw attack, so I guess I go the other way, get the screw attack, and then come back? That feels right. Bomb the world again. I probably could just use a regular bomb for that. Let's be real. It's more fun to power bomb it. Speaking of power bombs, though. Actually, wait, what am I doing? I can shoot through walls now. Perish. Oh, I forget. How do I kill these? When in doubt, power bomb. No? I think we go now. I think we leave. I think we kill them slowly so that they don't get out of hand here. Huh. Well, that was different. It kind of got confused. That one flew away. No, I've never seen them get stuck like that before, and apparently I can't leave still. Yeah, I guess they're having trouble because they're not able to create the thing they're trying to create, huh? I was assuming I didn't want them to make the gold pirate, but maybe I have to let them make the gold pirate and then kill it. Okay, that is working. Problem is, he's blocking my shots. Yeah, no, these were just kind of awful. These suck. Why did they think these were a good idea? Considering 90% of its body just bounces the missiles off of it. Yeah, no, this is just garbage. I managed to damage them once. Ah, it's hitting them directly in the claw while it's open. Okay. I misunderstood. I thought I was trying to hit them in the head. But I gotta get it in the claw, apparently. Of course, learning this came at the cost of all of my health because... God forbid. Wait, there's a different way to kill those? If you know a better way, I am all ears, because these things seem hot garbage. Ah. I thought that would work, but with the way they jump away, it seemed like it was going to be a huge pain to manage to get behind them. And I guess the single pirate here is probably to tell you that you're supposed to pay attention for that. Like, that it's your warning label that there's gonna be something like that in here. There we go. That is a lot easier. Really tedious that he just comes back to life like that, but... Okay, that's one of them dead. Oh, I only need to kill one. Good, I'm out of here. The hell with this. I completely forgot how annoying those were. That's pretty bad.
Flawless victory.
Like, there is no reason for those to be that strong. And I have a logic question. Since my wave beam goes through things, why is it not hitting the weak point that's on their back just when I shoot it through them? Like, something about that just don't add up. Yeah, I guess you were right about it having to be a missile. Then why does the burst from the diffusion missile not do anything? Or is that... Oh, actually, that might be why sometimes the diffusion missile did damage and sometimes it didn't then. Oh, hey. Hey, buddy. History repeats itself, huh? Because there always has to be a Ridley fight. It's in the contract. You don't want to hold on to me. Holding on to me is a very bad idea for your health. Boom, 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 boom. Eat all of the missiles, Ridley. Eat all of the missiles, cause they're good for you. Just keep eating all of the missiles, Ridley. I think you're getting hurt faster than I am. Okay, he might actually be outliving. Nope, 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 there it goes. Oh, come on. You lose. First try. And there's the screw attack. Spamming every missile in my arsenal into his chest. And now we're glowing with power. And we can destroy these now. Whee! And that gets us access through the other area, but let's go save first. This way we don't have to redo the Ridley fight, or the Gold Pirate fight for that matter. You know, the Gold Pirate was more dangerous than Ridley, honestly. The Gold Pirate at least managed to kill me. Huh. Dead end room? Eat screw attack, you golden poser. Yeah. I genuinely expected to have a much harder time with Ridley, but I think younger me actually tried dodging him instead of just accepting getting grabbed and then just dunking on him. Might have to do this whole kill a pirate thing again. Nope. Yeah. I was explaining to everybody that the spider's not a good fight either. Either the robot or the spider, one of the two is the worst one, and I really can't decide between the two. I was also very annoyed with the nightmare fight, but at least that has a quick way to end it. Whereas the other ones just waste a lot of time. That's fair, yeah, the spider is much better at killing you. Now we just get to slam into everything and murder it. am a ball of death. I am a ball of death. Whee! Oh, this looks familiar. Aha! There's a blue door all the way back here that I never bothered to come back for. We may as well hit that on the way home. So, you know what's funny? I got the spider first try, I think, but the box killed me in both iterations. Oh yeah, this was a lava room. Oh yeah, that's right, I don't care about lava anymore. Whee! I completely forgot that the combination of all of these things meant I was immune to lava. I completely forgot that that was a thing. That is true. There we go. Out through the blue door that I never bothered to go look at. Now I gotta go around for that. Just getting all of these doors I never went to. Anything in here? Aha! More power bombs! Yeah, nothing crazy worth running around looking for in there, it looks like. There doesn't need to be walls anymore. I will renovate the best way I know how, through violence. We can make this station have an open floor plan through destruction. Samus, we are done here. Leave the rest to the Federation. We should be preparing to evacuate the station. Are you joking? Do they know how dangerous the X are? How quickly they reproduce? The Federation has taken an interest in the X and SAX. We would like to have more monsters to use. They believe this life form has endless potential applications. Technically, they're right, but it is super dangerous. This is ridiculous. The X are heartless abominations. What potential could they have? Well, actually, if you could tame them completely somehow, the infinite replication of things that are useful would actually be incredible, but keeping that under control would be impossible. It is not necessary that you understand such matters. The Federation is coming now. You should just leave quietly. This is madness. They won't stand a chance here. This station will devour them. What could be worth the risk? Capturing the SAX, of course. Are you serious? Do they really think they can succeed? It will certainly be difficult. They don't expect your help. Yeah. They copy. They aren't what they appear to be. They only can copy it. They knew you would try to destroy the SAX. That's why they stopped sending you support data. Uh-huh. The plasma beam modification was ready some time ago, but they withheld it to keep you from engaging the SAX. Yet somehow you restored that function on your own. They also tried to withhold the diffusion missile upgrade because they didn't want you to grow too powerful. But they had already sent it, and you tracked it down. Bravo, Samus. We must cancel this mission. Open a channel to HQ. I won't let this happen. They are already on their way. Fools. Hey, if they want to all get eaten, that's not my problem. As soon as the Federation ship land, and the X will overwhelm them and absorb the knowledge and power of their occupants. The X are just waiting for the hunt to begin, and then they'll spread across the universe. Galactic civilization will end. The X hunger for form, knowledge, and power. They mimic these perfectly, but they cannot copy the soul. They are single-minded, instinctively seeking to increase in number. They are a plague, and the Federation underestimates their threat. The X must not leave here. I must destroy them all before the Federation arrives. This station has a self-destruct mechanism. I must use it to destroy the X here and on the planet. I must send them to oblivion. Them, the station, and myself if I have to. I would like to be let out, please. Open the hatch. I have been ordered to confine you until the ships arrive. Don't let them do this. Can't you see what will happen, Adam? Adam. Who is Adam? A friend of mine. And what would this friend advise you to do now? He would know that the only way to end this is to start the self-destruct cycle. He'd know how important it is. Did this Adam care for you? Would he sit in a safe command room and order you to die? He would understand that some must live and some must die. He knew what that meant. He made that sacrifice once. So he chose life for you, our fair warrior, Samus Aran. Not gonna lie, that would check out, actually. Your Adam gave his life so that you might keep yours. For the sake of the universe. How foolish. How dare you? How could you hope to understand, machine? You know that detonating this station in high orbit would not guarantee the complete extinction of the X-parasites, even though the station would be utterly destroyed. You would only succeed in removing the one obstacle to the galaxy's ruin, yourself. You would ignore this simple fact and choose death. When Adam decided who would live, he chose incorrectly. Oof, harsh words. If you were to alter the station's orbit, then you might be able to include the planet in the vaporization field of the self-destruct detonation. Huh? You would have to start the propulsion sequence now, before the Federation arrives. Samus, this is your last mission. Go to the operations room and adjust the station's orbit path. Oh, that cut me off in the middle of the sentence. To intercept SR-388. They timed it to the end of the text popping up so that it would properly convey the shock at the time, but it really threw me off reading it. Then return to your ship and escape. Move quickly and stay alive. That's an order. Any objections, lady? And if you noticed the voice I was giving it drift, that was on purpose. Also an answer is if we wipe them out when they land, the X can't take them. Well, I guess they could take the corpses, but I don't know if they could learn from corpses. Well, they don't leave corpses, no. But unless I pick up the parasites themselves, the parasite would live on, and I don't know if a parasite remembers. That's a question, is what does it retain after the host it's in is destroyed? Does it retain anything? And are they like a hive mind, or are they individual? Because that's another thing that never really gets addressed, is whether they're just a singular consciousness or not. Because one continuing problem throughout all of this in determining how dangerous the X actually is the simple fact that we don't know how much of the problem we had was the Federation interfering and how much was the X actually being a threat. But that is true. One can multiply into billions. Even one getting through is enough to be disaster. How do I get to this? Because it feels like I'm supposed to come down from a... There it is. But yeah, if they remember after... or they leave a host, then yeah, that would spread like wildfire and become so completely knowledgeable of everything that could have been done to stop it that it can immediately come up with a countermeasure to just about anything. As long as it can actually process the knowledge that it has. Did not mean to step on this again. No. Hey, that's what I'm wondering, is whether it can continue to gain more. The implication of how she phrased it when she was giving that speech here a moment ago makes it sound like they retain. Because if it hungers for knowledge, then it, in theory, would retain that knowledge. Otherwise, gaining all that knowledge would be useless. Then again, it being useless doesn't stop something hungering for it. You want to do this dance? I can do this dance. I think I'm steadily losing by doing it this way, but this is funny. Nope. I lose that way. Okay, so they do... At least as far as whoever wrote that in the wiki knows and can confirm, they will continue to stack knowledge upon knowledge. Okay. Because the thing I was thinking of is, since Samus absorbs the X-parasites, what's stopping her learning everything that the parasite she absorbs knew? But I guess that's because the Metroid DNA is destroying it rather than actually properly absorbing it, the same way the X does. Yeah. Well, I was just thinking about that because of the fact that we gain health and weapons from absorbing them, which means they're not destroyed per se. Otherwise, we'd be gaining nothing from them. But I assume it's because the Metroid DNA is just absorbing the energy from them and leaving nothing else. Because that's what Metroids do, is they absorb energy. Yeah. I'm still losing this fight. Ah, they thought of that, huh? Either they missed the jump or they thought of me looping them that way. I'm not sure which. I think I have an idea, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do what I'm thinking of fast enough. is in theory, since I was told that ice missiles worked on the SAX before, I'm wondering if I can hit them with a charge shot to knock them back and then freeze them immediately. Right. They are driven purely by their hunger and their instinct, not actually by an agenda or anything. They don't think, they just do. Oh, there we go. The thing is, I don't know if the freezing is doing damage. Otherwise, I could just keep doing this all day. Yeah. God, I just do not know the right way to fight this still. Jumping is a bad idea because it'll out-jump me. I can't freeze and then fire fast enough to do what I want to. Because otherwise I just loop freeze, shot, freeze, shot, freeze, shot. But the charging takes too long. And since I'm not seeing any reaction when I freeze it, I can't tell if the freeze is doing damage. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume not. We were doing damage by crashing into it with the... Actually, if I could try to keep it trapped under there, that might actually be a really good position. Because then I could just avoid getting shot. Which is a hell of a lot easier than avoiding them bumping into me with the damn screw attack. Yeah, because they're immune to damage while jumping. Where are you coming down? There you are. It's losing its form, but we're losing the fight. God. I don't think there's a better way to hurt it, but there's probably a better way to fight it. Like, I feel like looping it around that set of ledges is the right idea. But since I can't see where it's landing, it's hard for me to tell, A, when it lands, and B, whether I can even hit it at all at that point. Because the problem is, their basic shots hurt me, whereas I have to charge to hurt them. If I could just move a little faster, I could loop them by getting them to chase me around a little bit, get them to fire, jump, shoot them, repeat. But I just cannot quite move quick enough. I mean, I'm sure everything in the game has a name, just whether you ever hear it is the whole other thing. But what did they call the spider? What dumb nonsense did they name that thing? While I sit here and struggle to fight a possessed power suit. That makes sense. The fact that it's so constantly using the screw attack so you can't hurt it is infuriating. We had a good thing going there till it just started deciding, you know what, I'm just gonna jump constantly. Meh. You can't hurt me if I'm jumping, haha. Like, I get that it makes sense that it's invincible during that, but god, is that just making this a pain. I might actually have to go hunt down more energy tanks to do this, because I am not figuring this out any better at this rate, apparently. And I am wearing down. It has the unfortunate advantage of not needing rest, whereas I do. Though apparently having it off screen is an advantage we can have, because it won't attack if I'm not on screen with it, but I can hit it off screen. And now the real problem. Which is why I was trying to maintain as much health as possible. So I don't know how many hits this thing will take. And I suppose this is supposed to be an example of it showing off that it had absorbed a lot of things along its time. I think I'm good now. Getting to this point, I think I'm okay. But thank you. There we go. Get back here, you. No, it ran away. Ooh. I just needed to get it into the right loop. 3 minutes to get out. Let's go. Time to blow up a planet. Not the first time we've blown up a planet. Won't be the last time. Let's see. Yeah, the best pathing is just go left, down, right, right. As long as nothing gets in the way. I don't remember there being any last-minute surprises, but let's be on the safe side and get a recharge, shall we? Yeah, the save room's inactive because you obviously wouldn't want to save in the middle of a timer because you might save yourself into an unwinnable position. gotta go right now, gotta go right now, gotta go. Dun dun dun. The ship is gone. There's one more fight.
2 minutes to destination.
How do I hurt this thing? Oh, right. It's one of these situations. Oh no. We are dying. Dun dun dun. The SAX is helping us. And now we have our full power back. Some remaining thing left. Some animosity towards what this is. Who can say? You got options for that one, really. I mean, if it really wanted to form so badly, too, maybe it thought it could take control.
50 seconds to impact.
That's that. Both the station and the planet reduced to dust. For all of time. That perfect military mind, the wisdom of Adam Malkovich, continued to serve even after death. Until today, I had no idea that the minds of leaders and scientists were frequently uploaded to computers. My incredible reunion with Adam may have saved the universe. But how will the beings of the universe view our resolve? I doubt they will understand what we did, the danger we barely averted. They will hold tribunals and investigations. They will hold us responsible. Adam understood this, and he spoke to me in my anger. Do not worry. One of them will understand. One of them must. I've reflected upon his words, and I see the wisdom in them. We're all bound by our experiences. They are the limits of our consciousness. But in the end, the human soul will ever reach for the truth. This is what Adam taught me. Just one detail still bothers me. This ship can only be started manually. Yet before I faced the Omega Metroid, the ship moved on its own, guided by someone's hands. Is it possible? Adam? For all you know, the monkey went and touched the controls. But yeah, that was the Omega Metroid. That's why the SAX attacked it, most likely, is because the X view the Metroids as their natural predators, so if they're faced with a large version of that, they would attack it. Go for it, Swarm. Lady, what's troubling you? You wonder how I started the ship? Just think about it. They lent me a hand. And there you go. Confirmation of exactly what I said. The monkey came and touched the controls. Yes, I think you're right in that count. I think that is the 5th one. Da 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 da. Yeah, because I don't think you encounter any Omegas in the Prime series. I think that's only... Yeah, no, I don't think they ever grew to that stage in any of the Prime games. So you really clean house on them in 2. I'm glad to have that done. And I am going to count that. Because I went through this all again. Even though it's something I've beaten before. I want to say I did actually use save states a couple times when I beat this back whiles upon whiles ago. Because I never finished it on the actual cartridge. I know that for a fact. But now I've done it properly. So I'm gonna count it. Debug Super Mario Club. And yeah, it always comes full circle. Do good, good might happen for you. Yeah, that they did something weird with those. Yeah. And they had a couple additional forms, but they're still the artificial Metroids. They're not actual full proper Metroids. Nintendo. Oof. I'm doubly glad because I got this done in one day. I was worried that this was gonna take me 2 attempts. Yes, the pirates did produce those Metroids. I know that for a fact because I remember that from the game. I just couldn't remember if there were any natural Metroids in there with the artificial ones or not, and what forms they took. Yeah, with the amount of things I knowingly skipped grabbing, 51% is about as expected. I can't help but feel that that clear time is wrong. And, of course, part of that's not counting deaths. And I don't think it takes up time when it's paused, either. But 4 hours is definitely wrong, considering we're at 7.5 for the stream. I don't think I died enough to account for 3 hours. Yeah, exactly. And I didn't spend 3 hours on the menu either, but it might also take cutscenes and such. Yeah, it may not count the time you spend on the dialogues and the time in transitions. Because a fair whack of time was me reading all the dialogue out. Well, that's what Swarm was saying, I think, is transitions in general, so it would be both the elevators and the room transitions. The room transitions wouldn't amount to that much until you string all of them together, and then maybe it adds up a bit. I do kind of like those arm spikes. Just in this particular picture in general, those arm spikes actually work nicely. I know I've seen the timeline at some point, but go ahead and give us the canon one. Because I think it's kind of weird. From what I remember, it's a bit of a strange order. Honestly, never thought about it. But I would say it would be. It fits in a little weird, but I think it's fine to have it be canon. I don't think it hurts anything. I'm one of those people that never really went into the whole, is this game canon, is this not canon? What do who, he or he think of any of this? It's like, video game fun. That is as far as brain usually goes. And I try to piece together the things that are happening in that particular game, but I usually don't extend out of that. But I'm interested to hear what the widely believed canon timeline is, while I pick out a raid target for us. You know the funniest thing. So Metroid 1, then Prime 1, 2, and 3, Metroid 2, Other M, Fusion, Dread. That checks out. I know Fusion and Dread are supposed to be linked. That's what I was always hearing, is that Dread was meant to be a continuation from Fusion. Other M happening before Fusion explains the whole Atom thing, so that would have to happen before that. Prime 1 through 3 would have to fit in somewhere early-ish on, considering the only thing that happened, I think, that they ever referenced was the thing that happened on Zebes, which is, of course, the events of Metroid 1. It could be either way on that one, I would say. I could see an argument made for either of them. It being either before or after that. But I think the only things that ever got referenced in the Prime games were the events of Metroid 1. Yeah. Also, I don't see Super in your timeline there. That's the only game that's missing from that timeline. Okay. I knew it lined up with one of the other ones you listed, I just couldn't remember which one. Busy year. The Prime games are very good. If you don't want to adapt to the controls, you could... of course, if you decide to play them on PC, there's also a means to play them with keyboard and mouse out there, which is how I played it for stream since it was my second time playing them. I figured I'd try those, and they are very, very good when you play them that way. The games are really good, but if you enjoy playing them with keyboard and mouse, and rather, if you enjoy playing shooters with keyboard and mouse, it's a very good way to play them. The Wii version is also fine. Yeah, I beat it on the original GameCube for 1 and 2, and of course on the Wii for the third one. And then I beat them all again here, emulated. But I am going to queue us up to go see Pazzy, since I see that he's back in action after everything that had happened. So that'll be a good time. And this way he gets to find out how everything ended. So that'll work out nicely. So, I mean, many people would say that you didn't miss anything by not playing Other M. I will say, gameplay-wise, Other M is just fine. You may groan at the story a bit, but that's about the worst that Other M gets, is groaning at the story a bit because it's a little stupid. But that's honestly fine. Honestly, I didn't play that far into Other M. I've seen it played. I didn't even realize that was meant to be the same thing. But I am exhausted, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap us up here and send us to see Pazzy. Thank you all for taking the time to be here and sitting through me getting kinda angry at this occasionally. I'm glad I got this done in one go, and I'll see what I'm gonna come up with for tomorrow now. Be good to Pazzy, as you all know, he's good people, and I'll see you tomorrow. Night.